Chapter 1173. The hall the Viola had chosen for the wedding wasn't much of a hall at all. There was no ceiling, and the ambience was only enclosed by tall pillars holding up nothing more than the sky. The grass was a fantastical shade of violet. The water shared a light shade of pink, and the trees in the surroundings all had white bark and delicate silver leaves. The picturesque scenery seemed like it was pulled right out of a fairy tale. Even with the thousands of guests present, with even more still coming, no one seemed willing to ruin the sheer beauty of it all. The conversation filling the air was often quite benign and uninteresting. But of those that were worthy of note, many revolved around this curious turn of events. The marriage of a crown heir was most definitely worth at least this much fanfare. The trouble was, there actually wasn't enough of it. For an event of this scale, it should have been announced months ago. Pillar families and organizations from across several sectors should have made an appearance, and the wife in question should have been a well-known figure for ages. After being blindsided by this information, many began to look into this Aina Brazinger character, and her background only made them more curious. She was the daughter of a vassal of the family, but it wasn't an eternal vassal, but rather a first-generation one. This was quite surprising. Outside of this, she didn't seem to have any other background. Her mother was unknown and presumed dead, while her father was quite low profile. The only standout feature, aside from her overwhelming beauty, was her merits in clearing zones. Unfortunately, information on this was quite scarce and guarded. Though, this made perfect sense. After all, the highest-rated zone Aina had entered for the sake of the Viola was one related to the Silver Empire. This was obviously information she kept close to herself, and whatever she was forced to disclose was kept well by the Viola family. The only reason everyone didn't assume that Aina was a flower in a vase, picked out by Richard because of his lust, was because her performance during the first day of the selection had spoken for itself. How could any of them look down on what they had seen that day? Visit for a better user experience that said, this didn't stop those with nothing better to do from placing her firmly atop the list of this sector's beauties, a list that contained women who hadn't moved their positions in several decades. On this list, there were princesses of families, famous entertainers, and even the spouses of some of the most powerful men of the three-pillar sector. And yet, she was placed number one. Among the growing crowd, Gradier sat in silence. Every so often, someone would send him a look of disdain or pity, but he simply pretended as though he hadn't seen anything at all. Ever since he lost the battle for crown heir, he had been fairly silent. He didn't reprimand his younger brother for being his Achilles heel, nor did he snap. He continued about his business, as though nothing had happened, and like he hadn't lost something he had spent his whole life working toward. Today, he sat at a wedding that may very well should have been for him had things not gone the way they had gone, but he continued to respect the rules of etiquette and took his loss in silence. He too had participated in the selection and managed to get a spot on the second day, but so had many other members of the Viola family. There was nothing special about his achievement, and it flew under the radar as usual. He was never as calculating as Richard, but he was a man with his own pride, and he would continue to act as such. The inflow of people began to slow. The number of invitees was easily pushing 10,000, making this a truly grand event. They all took their seats and began to wait patiently, their eyes sparkling as they laid eyes on the large purple lily that stood upon the large platform ahead. It had veins of gold and shimmering petals that swayed gently in the wind. It was the perfect centerpiece for such a grand wedding. Visit for a better user experience, and then the delicate sound of music began to play. In a separate location within the Viola estate, the atmosphere wasn't nearly as lively or beautiful. The lights were dark, and the air was especially heavy, the scent of blood and sweat leaving a thick stench in the air. Standing tall, there were 4 men. Of them, 3 were well into their middle ages, and the last was a youth just entering his prime. Among the 3 middle-aged men, 2 seemed particularly subordinate to the last, but this didn't change just how powerful they were individually. Without fail, all 4 of these men had flickering violet irises, carrying with them a depth of amethyst that danced between the vibrant color and the shade of black. Of the 2 weaker middle-aged men, One was particularly tall, his chin, jaw, and cheeks covered by the shadow of a short and scruffy beard. His posture would remind Lionel of Hephaestus, and he seemed to contain the same hidden explosive power within his limbs. The latter was quite fat and stocky, having such a large belly that one would have trouble understanding just how he walked through doorways. However, rather than jiggling, his belly was like a bronze cauldron, hardly shifting at all with his movement. These two men were none other than eternal vassal Rojan and Chindi, and that made the identity of the last all the more obvious. The strongest of the eternal vassals and the right-hand man of Patriarch Viola, eternal vassal O'Brien. The latest _sodes are on the website. And yet, right this moment, they were all gasping for breath, their bodies beaten and bloodied, many of their bones broken, and standing amongst a litter of corpses around them. To think that even after being schemed against to this extent, poisoned, trapped within a formation designed specifically for him, and sapped of his right to gather force from the atmosphere, it would still take so much to slow him down to this extent. The young man spoke slowly, his gaze flickering. If he wasn't so cautious and hadn't prepared so many contingencies, there was simply no way this would have succeeded. Among the dead, there were even countless main family members. The Viola had actually lost 20% of their six-dimensional experts to this one battle. He almost couldn't believe it. If the Viola elder knew they would take such a loss, they would have never done this. But who could have known that this person would actually have hidden so much of their strength? The young man's head tilted up, familiar music drifting to his ears. Hearing this, his frown faded and his smile returned. In that case, I guess I'll have to thank you for your efforts by marrying your daughter. The young man turned and flashed away. There was no doubt that this young man was Richard. As for the man beaten to within half an inch of his life, lying chained to the ground before them all, visit for the best experience was none other than Meal, Adam Rainier Brazing, Ana's father. Chapter 1174. The music drifted throughout the Viola estate. Yuri, who had barely cobbled her emotions back together, found herself crying once more. It was like the beautiful sound of plucking strings and warm horns was instead the call of death to her ears. Her fingers trembled as she tried to delicately form the strands of Ana's hair. Step by step, her long hair became an elaborate bun. If it wasn't for how blurry Yuri's vision was, she would probably think it was really beautiful. Luckily, she still had her internal sight to rely on, or else she would be a true mess. As steadily as she could, she placed the ornament of Viola family women atop Ana's hair, completing her hairdo. This dress is a bit uncomfortable. It would be easiest if there was at least one slit down the leg. Ana spoke to herself, having long since realized that Yuri was beyond saving. If this was a life or death situation, she might just have to leave her behind completely. The childish and out-of-place thoughts in Ana's head didn't seem to stop. She hadn't made any sort of progress at all. Yuri pulled away, trying hard to control her breathing. At that moment, there was a light clicking noise as the doors opened once again. Yuri's head snapped back like a frightened kitten. But when she saw that it was Savon, the rock on her chest instead got heavier than lighter. It suddenly hit her that the opportunity Savon had gotten for her was wasted once again. She hadn't been able to budge Ana at all. Savon, seeing Yuri's pale, tear-streaked face, sighed, realizing the truth without having to hear it explained to her. Deflated, Yuri collapsed onto a nearby couch. Soon, the maid Savon had distracted would likely come back. And, with the music playing, it likely wouldn't be more than 5 minutes before Richard was here to truly begin things. The marriage ceremonies of the Viola weren't very heavy on tradition. Outside of the hairpiece heirloom, there wasn't much to abide by. However, there was still its own set of rules. The latest _sodes are on the website. This grace period of music that was playing now was actually for the people to give their well wishes and blessings to the couple before the ceremony began. During this time, a silence would fall over the wedding hall and a peaceful meditation would take place. Beneath this silence, and the music, the flower's centerpiece would begin to bloom. The blooming of the flower represented the budding of lifelong happiness. Once the flower was on the verge of blooming, the soon-to-be husband and wife pair would walk down the aisle together. Their walk would be timed with the final blooming of the flower, and their stepping onto the stage would coincide with the maturity of said flower. The timing and control of all of this was taken under the man's lead. As he would be the head of the household, it was his responsibility to take on. The better timing the husband had, the stronger his leadership skills and the more blessings the flower would bestow upon their union. Of course, Richard would never ruin the timing of his own wedding, so there was no way that he would be late. And even if he was, no one was naive enough to believe that the Viola didn't have their own methods of making sure that this tradition of theirs was followed to the greatest degree possible. There were definitely many tricks and techniques they could use to slow or speed up the progress. In the end, there were no real blessings to be had. It was just a hint of superstition from an olden age and a ceremonial practice. They had all already run out of time. It was over. Savon sighed. Forcing a smile, she walked to Aina's back, meeting her gaze through the mirror. You look very beautiful. You will make Richard very happy. Aina blinked. I'm not interested in making him happy. Oh, Savon raised her brows. And why is that? The latest episodes are on the website. It seems foolish to worry about the happiness of someone that doesn't really care about your own happiness. Aina responded as though it was very obvious. Isn't it very hard to make someone you don't know happy? Savon asked. What makes you happy? Fighting and eating. Aina replied with a beautiful smile. Being logical doesn't make you happy? Aina paused, not answering immediately for the first time. Not really. It just makes him happy. Does it make him happy? Or is that just what you think would make him happy? Is there a difference? I know him very well. Aina didn't feel this was refutable. She didn't know Lionel very well. She even knew exactly how he would react to this exact situation. In fact, she was certain that he wasn't even thinking about her right now. Truthfully, she was very annoyed by this, but she had already decided to be logical. Since she was being logical, how could she be illogically angry? He had already warned her, and he was simply following through with what he said he would do. What would being annoyed change? Visit. For the best known experience, unfortunately, it didn't seem that Aina had grasped the ability to differentiate between outward shows of emotion and inward showings. She thought that what someone showed them on the outside was exactly how they felt on the inside. It was a very childish way of viewing the world. She still had the emotional maturity of a toddler. But now that she was feeling this mix of external and internal emotion, she was suddenly confused. Was there a difference between what she thought and the reality? Savon's question left her wondering. Savon. Aina suddenly spoke before Savon could respond. HM? Yes. I've been very, selfish? Yes, selfish to you, right? But you are still here. Is it because you lack backbone? Savon was stunned by these words. She wasn't sure whether she should be angry, sad, or enraged. She managed to calm herself down, but shuddered when she met Aina's gaze again. Was that a bad question? Did it make you angry? I'm sorry. Savon was stunned again. That was the first time Aina had ever apologized since she lost her personality. The latest _SODs are on the website. Unfortunately, Savon never got the chance to respond. At that moment, the doors opened much more forcefully than they had before, and this time it was Richard standing on the other side. Chapter 1175. Richard looked nothing like a man who had just been standing at the scene of a bloody crime. His robes were a deep violet, almost black, embroidered by a deep dark gold color. On his lapel, the symbol of the violas sat, intertwining in flowers and vines, while his tall collars were embroidered with twin horned dragons. When this sort of outfit was matched with his noble disposition, his cascading black hair and his deep violet eyes, he gave off the feeling of a refined, handsome, and confident gentleman. Richard had a light smile on his face, but it froze somewhat when he saw the crying Yuri. He couldn't have something like this ruining his wedding. Judging by the situation, it seems it would be best if the two of you just stayed here. Originally, Richard didn't find there to be any problem with allowing Yuri and Savon to attend. A wife without friends would raise more questions than answers. It was already odd enough that Aina had no family background to speak of. However, if he had to choose between that small oddity and Yuri leaking tears, it was obvious which he would choose. Yuri immediately wanted to protest, but Richard had already snapped his fingers. Several of the maids, one of whom had sixth-dimensional strength, came forward. Seeing such a scene, Richard couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. It was a good thing that the Three-Pillar Galaxy had been at peace for a very long time now, or else the Viola family might very well fall due to this choice of theirs. Losing 20% of their six-dimensional forces in a single sweep was absolutely unheard of. Even now, Richard could hardly believe it. He was able to ignore the troubling feeling this caused him because he was simply too excited to take Aina as his own. But ultimately, women were just women. One day, he would grow bored of Aina, and this trouble would come back around full circle. By then, he wouldn't be able to ignore it any longer. The latest _episodes are on the website. There was good news, though. They had managed to capture him alive, so they could more easily control Aina in this way. Also, there was definitely something special about Meal and his blood. It was even possible for them to strengthen their lineage factor in the future. Should they succeed, it would all be worth it. It's fine, the area was too closed off. We should be able to keep this a secret for at least a decade. By then, we would have already recovered. Seeing that the maids had come back, Yuri and Savon could only accept their fate in silence. Aina, it's time. Richard's expression softened. Aina nodded and stood. Due to her current stature and the shoes she wore, she was even a small hint taller than Richard now, something that made his lip twitch. But he buried it deep within. Today was his day. He wouldn't let anything stain it. Hold on a moment. Richard frowned, but Savon continued to speak quickly. It's just a small adjustment. I only want to wish my friend good luck and fortune. Savon appeared before Aina and helped her to fix the last wrinkles of her dress. Do you really want to know? Savon asked. The latest episodes are on the website. Aina blinked before remembering what they had been talking about. Then she nodded. My grandparents died. My parents died. My siblings died. I tolerate the things you've done to me because I have no one else. So yes, I guess I'm lacking backbone. If I was more like Lionel, maybe things would be easier for me. Aina remained silent for a long while. No one else. Savon let Aina go and returned to the couch to sit by Yuri's side. In silence, Aina walked out of the room with Richard by her side. She shuffled forward in silence, seemingly not hearing the small attempts at conversation that he was making. We will have to wait until after the selection for our honeymoon, but I have amazing things planned. You must not have seen a lot of the dimensional verse yet, right? There are all sorts of extraordinary places. For example, in the Murata sector, there's a world formed entirely of a thick mass of water. Its ice caps have such a dense amount of water force that when it snows, it precipitates force crystals. Every 10,000 years, after enough accumulation, it will enter a blizzard state where the entire planet becomes encased in a thick layer of ice. If you're lucky enough, there's a chance that it could snow pure force crystals. Richard continued to babble on, but when he looked toward Aina's side profile to catch a glimpse of her otherworldly features, he almost snapped. She wasn't paying attention at all. Visit. For a better user experience, Richard had always been good at controlling his emotions, plotting, and scheming in the background. But with the months he spent trying to court Aina, only for her to insult and belittle him at every turn, his patience had long since been wearing thin. He was truly about to snap, but his reason took over once again. Taking deep breaths, he closed his eyes. Soon. It was then that Aina suddenly spoke. You have the smell of my father's blood on you. Richard's gaze flickered, but he had just calmed himself. He wouldn't lose it again so quickly. Since you know, then there's even less to talk about. Be obedient, and he will be fine. Step out of line, and he won't be. It's that simple. You believe that I care for his safety enough to do every and anything you say. Usually such a question would have some sarcasm laced into it, but Aina's tone was indifferent and almost spoken as though she was genuinely asking. Richard's expression couldn't help but change after hearing this. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. My father has always raised me to be a weapon to seek revenge for my mother. Anything that compromises that isn't something that he will accept. Even if he dies, so what? Do you think that this is enough to control me? The latest Rendezvous Audiobook are on the website. Anna's gaze finally turned toward Richard, but when their eyes met, the latter felt as though his soul had left his body. The cold chill and the scent of death had practically grabbed onto his nose. Anna looked away just as quickly. I am doing this so that I can go to the Void Palace. At the same time, you will receive the social credit of being my husband, not to mention a stake in my future. Don't do unnecessary things and make me look down on you even more. Anna continued to walk forward, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant once more. She still couldn't quite grasp Savon's meaning, but it should have been simple, no? Chapter 1176. Richard stood almost frozen. Had he just lost 20% of his six-dimensional experts? For no reason? Anna's mind wandered. This time, she didn't need to hide how she was feeling. It was surprisingly easy for her to separate out emotion and logic when it came to her father. Of course, she lacked the emotional maturity to truly understand why that was. It could have been because her father had always encouraged her to do so. It could be because her father simply didn't mean as much to her as he should have. It could have even been because the weight Lionel held for her was even heavier than that of the man she shared so much blood with. The truth was that with her personality gone, many of the baggage and emotional scarring that came with it had vanished as well. The good news was that this had allowed Anna to heal from many things. Of course, the bad news was how these series of events was playing out. To Anna, she had always attached a lot of this baggage to her father, but most of it wasn't love. It was duty, it was respect, it was an unwillingness to let him down. But on the list of emotions she attached to her father, love was very, very far down the list. When Anna lost her personality, she essentially lost the ability to contextualize her memories. The things that weighed of heavy importance were often things she had the most and fondest memories of. But with how long it had been since her father left her side, how could she have many of him to begin with? The result was this. The latest Rendezvous are on the website. Anna didn't feel worry, sadness, or anger. She hadn't even asked how her father was doing, or if he would survive the beating they had likely given him. Maybe if Emil could peer into his daughter's mind, he would realize that he had faltered somewhere along their path. As for exactly where, it would be up to him to grasp and understand this. That said, Anna herself was hardly considering this at this moment. As they walked through the Viola estate, following flowery reefs and paths of delicate rose petals, her mind seemed to be somewhere else entirely. No one else. According to Anna's memories, she had felt like Savon had for a very long time. In fact, she had felt it for longer. There was a period in her life before her father returned with Yuri that she was completely ignored. The orphanage system of the Ascension Empire was very good. No children were starved or abused, at least not in the normal way. There was no yelling from their overseers, and there was always food on their plates. There were even plenty of opportunities to have fun and live life. Unfortunately, being adopted was something that almost never happened. With the advancements in medicine, sterilization, or impotency was practically non-existent. Even in the people that it did, the treatments were fast, affordable, and easily administered, as was most healthcare beneath Emperor Fox rule. Visit. For the best energy experience, of course, there were still kind-hearted couples, not to mention same-sex couples, who had it within them to help or start families for themselves. But each of these had hurdles of their own. In the case of same-sex couples, the options for surrogacy and sperm donation was so high-class that many would choose to have their own children anyway. Surrogacy didn't even need a living human anymore and would only need an egg donor, while the gene analysis exam ensured that any and everything was known about the sperm and egg donors. Then there were the kind-hearted couples, heterosexual or otherwise, who thought to adopt as a good deed to society. The first issue was that the foster care system of the Empire was so good that often the treatment of the children was even better than what these kind-hearted couples could provide. So much of the incentive one might have was not there. Then there came the issue of class disparity. Those on the surface of Earth were often too busy trying to maintain their status into the future generations to worry about adopting, while those on Paradise Islands often lacked the resources to even begin the process. Then there was the biggest and largest issues. The fees that came with adopting a child, depending on their gene analysis exam, varied wildly. The more talented the child, the more expensive it was, to the point where even many nobles couldn't or refused to afford it. This was done on purpose by Emperor Fox. Children wouldn't understand the underlying system. All they would understand is that their government cared for them since they were children when their parents couldn't, and even when no one else wanted them. With her 5-star evaluation, Aina was doomed to never be placed with a family. Every time she made connections with a new friend, they might be adopted the next day, leaving her alone again. The latest underscoring courses are on at her score the website. She closed herself off and focused entirely on her training. She had no one else but herself, until her father returned with Yuri, giving her a sister and confidant that she had always wanted. But her father didn't spend any time with her, leaving her soon afterward to vanish toward parts unknown. But Yuri never truly treated her like a sister. To Yuri, she was more like a master to serve and cater to. She took care of all of Aina's needs, but it just wasn't the same. Aina knew it wasn't Yuri's fault. Aina was human, but Yuri wasn't. The way the latter viewed and interacted with the world was very different. Unfortunately, due to the way Yuri was, Aina ironically felt even more isolated from the world than before, even more alone. The world was repetitive and the same in those days. Rise, go to school, study, train, eat, sleep, and repeat, until, that is, she finally reached the end of the foster care program and was allowed to go to high school along with everyone else. Visit. For the best energy experience, it was there she met 2 people that changed her life, Lionel and Savon. Chapter 1177. Thanks to the live-in dorms of Royal Blue Academy, Aina was finally able to live a life close to normalcy after her 13th birthday. She remembered meeting Savon in her dorm rooms. Back then, Savon had been a really shy and reserved person. She was a lot like Aina, having entered the academy thanks to her talent rather than her family background. For the first time, it was impossible for Yuri to become a wall against Aina meeting other people for the sake of her protection. In addition, because of the environment, she had to tone down a lot of her usual personality, becoming a lot more quiet and reserved. Thanks to this, Aina was able to meet and open up to Savon. Learning that Aina was an orphan, Savon instantly felt more relaxed. Without having to tiptoe around the heiress of some tycoon family or some arrogant princess noble, she was able to slowly open up and become more and more of herself. Not long after Aina met Savon, she met Lionel at their orientation. She honestly didn't remember much about that day at all. All she could remember was his bright smile. He had his brothers around him, and everyone seemed to gravitate toward him. She lost count of how many uppity noble girls cast him 1 or 2 extra glances, only to grow frustrated when he didn't seem to notice them back, or practically faint when he smiled in return. Aina had thought that he was the son of some famous noble, but she was shocked when she found out that his background was even poorer than Savon's, actually coming from a paradise island. From all the social conditioning she had been through, she had always thought that nobles were too high-strung to ever care for a commoner like Lionel. But he had already been proving them wrong for a very long time. It wasn't until several weeks later their gazes finally met. As much as the first day was a blur, that day was something Aina remembered every moment of. It was as though her entire body had been shocked awake, her hair standing on end and her heart beating wildly. Her blood rushed through her veins, and the air flew from her lungs, retreating with no intention of coming back. Lionel must have felt the same thing, too, because despite all the girls he had ignored up to that point, despite all the popularity he had gathered, he dashed away from his brothers, appearing before her like a gust of wind. "Will you please be my girlfriend?" The words came out like a clap of thunder. He probably hadn't tried to be so loud, but Aina became like a startled deer in headlights, his booming and confident voice becoming like an avalanche to her ears. Visit. For the best known experience before she realized what was happening, she, Aina Brazinger, someone who had never been embarrassed or shy a day in her life, rushed off as fast as her legs could carry her. After that day, due to Lionel's popularity, Aina, who had been practically invisible to the young noble girls, had practically become public enemy #1. They couldn't get a glance, but she got a confession. What made her worthy? Aina never retaliated to the bullying. She had always tempered her mind and remained calm and calculating. It only seemed to be around Lionel that she completely lost control of her emotions, not knowing what to do with herself or even where to place her hands. However, Savon mistook her calmness for fragility, so she reformed herself, becoming something she was decidedly not. She became Aina's shield, protecting her from the hail of criticism and mean girl tactics of those dorm rooms for an entire 4 years. Since that day, Aina had always had something to lean on. She no longer had no one else. She had a friend willing to become a she-devil to protect her if need be. She had a crush that was willing to wade through hell and high water just for a chance she might say yes. She knew that she didn't need Savon's protection. She could have shut those girls up with a single punch. She knew that she couldn't say yes to Lionel. The weight on her shoulders was far too much, and she had to give her goals too much of her focus. And yet, she didn't stop either of them. When Aina and Richard appeared at the beginning of the wedding aisle, it was as though they had become the center of the world. Despite her blank stare forward, Aina was like a fairy, unfettered and unblemished by the mundane. Even if Richard had been a wooden stick, everyone's attention would have been drawn to them. The two slowly walked down the aisle, the blooming of the flowers steadily reaching its peak. Aina knew that she had been intoxicated by the feeling. For the first time in her life, she had received the attention, the support, the love she had always wanted. From then on, no matter what she did or how unreasonable she was, they were always by her side, even when she was uncommunicative, even when she blamed them for their weakness, even when she left them behind. They had always been there. Over the years, she grew dependent on them, addicted to that feeling she had never had as a child, that feeling that should have been given to her by her mother, by her father. Visit. For a better user experience, the pair made their way down under the eyes of all. Richard had his chest proudly out, a confident smile on his features as though what had happened previously never occurred. Soon, such a woman would be his. Then, he would go off to the Void Palace and come back with the tools he needed to lead the Viola family into the 7th dimension and finally end this generation's long war. 10 feet, 8, 5. The flowers slowly reached its peak, prepared to allow the world to see its glory. Motes of force gathered around it, filling the air with a sweet and delicate scent. Aina's vacant gaze became somewhat misty, but she didn't seem to notice at all, still blindly moving forward with her mind in other places. But by now, the two had walked so far forward that the last line of spectators had been crossed. All anyone could see was the alluring view of her back. The facade of Savon had crumbled. Or, more accurately, she had finally told Aina the truth. Over the years, she had grown tired of always being Aina's shield, silently waiting to be picked up when she was needed and dropped off when she wasn't. And now, at this moment, when she was about to get married, she was no longer able to be here. Then there was her father. He was a man who should have been there for her since the very beginning, loving and supporting her. But he too had failed, captured and likely without a chance to be free for decades to come. Her mother. She had died not long after Aina was old enough to remember her face. And yet now, she could only recall blurry pieces of her visage. She cobbled together pieces that seemed to make sense, but she had no way of even guaranteeing that the woman she remembered was indeed her mother. And then there was Lionel, the love of her life. Of them all, this was the only one that made Aina's heart move. It wasn't because it hurt the most, or maybe it was, but even if it did, this was most definitely not the main reason. Visit. For a better user experience, it was because of them all, whether it was her father, mother, or Savon. All of them weren't here because they couldn't be. Savon was barred by Richard. Her mother had passed away. Her father was imprisoned. Only he wasn't here by choice. Only he had truly abandoned her. Aina raised her foot to step onto the final platform, but her entire body trembled. The mist of her eyes had turned into something much more than that, but given the vacancy of her gaze, it didn't seem like she had realized this at all. Richard rose his foot as well, beaming at the sight of the flower. It was perfect. His timing was immaculate, and his confidence was completely off the charts. He didn't seem to realize at all that Aina's steps had faltered and she had fallen a step behind. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the dome of protection over the Viola estate shattered, shocking the spectators awake from their silence. Aina's back trembled. The aura was so familiar. That blinding pillar of light, that hidden air of destruction and menace, that edge of danger and violence. It was so close. She had felt it too many times before, seen it too many times. Even now, with the vacancy of her gaze, she subconsciously grasped out for it, her eyes lighting up from indifferent to expectant. She felt her heart rise out of her chest, her lungs expanding wildly. Her blood rushed beside herself, and her paling features were flushed with color in an instant. It was as though she had gone from dead to alive, as though she had finally been given reason to breathe again, to live again. Her head snapped backward, her gaze shooting up into the skies and landing on the figure. The instant she did, it was as though something inside of her had broken, a rush shooting out from her, and her eyes flooding with tears she had already barely been holding back. Her whole world collapsed, her mind going blank, and her lips moving to say words that were all too familiar. The latest __SODIes are on _the website. You're not him. In the skies, Miguel stood on the back of a golden phoenix, his hands clasped behind his back. Kill. Chapter 1178. Richard's eyes widened. The sudden commotion would have snapped anyone awake, and he, who had been lost in his own world of fantasies, was no different. His head snapped into the skies, his pupils constricting in shock as he watched thousands of Luxniks swoop down from their bird constructs, immediately and without reserve levying attacks toward the guards that reacted from the Viola estate. For a moment, Richard was in a daze. All his plotting and scheming, all his years of training and preparation, could have never made him ready for this day. He couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Had they already found out about their losses? That was absolutely impossible. Richard had been discreet and as careful as one could be. On top of this, that battle had just ended. How could there possibly have been time to assemble such a contingent? If even that wasn't enough, had this been knowledge the Luxniks used to act upon, the Montex would have definitely jumped aboard to take advantage as well. Everything pointed toward the fact that the Luxniks had been planning to do this from the very beginning. But Richard truly couldn't understand where their confidence came from. If the Luxniks weren't aware of their 20% loss, then why would they ever take this risk? The three families had always been neck and neck in terms of strength. Launching an attack like this would only cause suffering on both sides and leave the Montex to benefit from the ashes left behind. What Richard had no way of knowing was that the balance had been broken long ago. In fact, the balance had been broken 3 generations ago, and it had only continued to tip in favor of the Luxniks. Just a single generation ago, they had already had strength to rival both the Montex and Viola combined. And now, even though this generation had yet to fully mature, they had lost their patience and begun to bare their fangs. Seeth, what is the meaning of this? Visit. For the best noticeable NG experience, the booming voice of the Viola family patriarch boomed. The 6-dimensional existences of the Viola hadn't even had time to catch their breaths and restore their paled faces when they were forced to come out once again. Seeing such a scene, the Luxniks were visibly stunned. They had no idea what could have happened to put the Viola in such a sorry state before the battle had even begun. But soon afterward, they laughed uproariously. To the arrogant Luxniks, wasn't this just a sign of how correct their ancestor had been? They had patiently waited 3 generations, biding their time and pretending to be equals with this trash. And the day they finally stepped out, ready to bare their fangs, the gods smiled down on them. How could the sharp internal sight of the Luxniks possibly miss something so blatantly obvious? At this point, Richard's face turned several shades of pale. He had been harping so much on the 20% number that he had forgotten something else incredibly important. The 20% loss wasn't nearly as problematic as the current state of the remaining 80%. To say that Meal had killed a fifth of them was only a small part of the story. This didn't consider the at least 20% he had severely injured, or the 20% more than that he had drained of stamina and vigor. If an accurate picture were to be painted, it would be more accurate to say that Meal alone had cut down the fighting prowess of the Viola by as much as 50%. Visit. For the best notification experience seeing such a scene, Miguel was even more affirmed in his decision. He had originally wanted these matters to continue naturally, but he also understood that naturally didn't mean passively. Miguel wasn't a passive person to begin with. If he insisted on neutrality when allowing things to go on naturally, he would ironically be going against his own nature to begin with. This sort of complicated maze to navigate was precisely why he wanted the fewest people to know of the details of this matter to begin with. He already realized that he was acting differently than he normally would, and that was counterproductive to his goal. To Miguel's mind, there was still only a possibility that the prophecy spoken of on the tablet spoke of a union of marriage between himself and Aina. But even if it was just a possibility, how could he ever allow a woman who might be tied to himself in the future to be tainted by another? It was the ultimate underlying reason, but this was still a good opportunity nonetheless. In the middle of a wedding, with so many people invited and the guards of the Viola stretched thin, what better time would there be to attack? Plus, the 3-generation waiting period marked down by his ancestor had already passed as well. What else was there to wait for? This, however, was a truly pleasant surprise. It seemed that today, the Viola would truly be finished. Rather than waiting for Seath to respond, Miguel flipped over a palm and his slender sword appeared. The latest _up_SODIs are on the website. Shine, 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 shine. Shine, 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 shine. Miguel took a light breath. For a moment, the world lost all of its sound. The only thing those below could hear was the steady inhale and exhale of Miguel's air as time slowed to a crawl. Return to dust. Miguel's arm slowly lowered, and yet it somehow felt impossibly fast. The world was split in two. The clouds separated. The blue skies dimmed to reveal a starry night, and reality itself seemed to pause. The expression of the Viola family patriarch warped. He was an expert on the same level as Seath. No matter how weak he was from the previous battle, there was absolutely no way a pseudo-6-dimensional brat should ever be able to make him feel pressure. And yet, it was already too late. His body crumbled, falling in two before being carried into the wind like fluttering flakes of ash. Visit. For the best notice experience, more coming. Chapter 1179. Aina sat blankly on the platform where her wedding was meant to take place. The carnage around her was still ongoing. She could hear the cries of pain and horror and almost feel the rivers of blood tingling the small hairs on her skin, but she was numb to it all. Richard had long since left her side, rushing in an attempt to help the battle. He may have been a lot of things, but a coward wasn't one. And though he was highly intelligent, there was absolutely no way he could have pieced together that the Miguel's goal all along had been to take Aina away, while the destruction of the Viola was just a convenient bonus. So, Richard had left Aina alone, knowing full well that if she faced something she couldn't protect herself from, there was nothing he would have been able to do either way. But there was no doubt that the fate of the Viola had already been sealed. The guests who had come to take part in the wedding but weren't part of the struggle sat in a daze themselves, realizing that they were witnessing the collapse of an empire that had ruled for thousands of years. And yet, just like that, they were finished? Aina, though, couldn't be bothered to care. She didn't pay attention to what was happening. She couldn't hear the voices around her anymore, and she just blankly stared at the violet grass before her. Her tears had long since dried up. The sudden breaking of the dam had snapped her back to reality, a flood of thoughts, emotional compartmentalizations, and slowly grown maturity having come back to her one step at a time. It wasn't an instantaneous process. In fact, it was quite slow at the beginning. The childish thoughts and immaturity seemed to always want to claw their way back. But a single step at a time, what was or at least had been Aina began to return. Visit. For a better user experience, but who was she, anyway? Aina seemed to realize now that something within her had snapped the first day she met Miguel. And, funnily enough, the day it all snapped back into place was the second time she met him. As she sat there, her arms wrapped around her legs and her head buried between her thighs, she felt a pain in her chest that she hadn't felt in a very long time. But, almost like a genius of battle who had finally met her match, this pain wasn't something Aina wanted to run from. Instead, she wanted to bask in it, to feel it fill her nerves and take over her mind. Aina knew she had masochistic tendencies. If it wasn't her ridiculous training regimens, even sometimes going as far as to shatter her own bones just to heal herself, it was always something else. However, this time, she needed this pain not to grow stronger, but to finally feel alive. In these last several months, Aina felt like she had been standing before a tunnel with an exit of blinding white light. She had been trying her hardest, doing everything she could to run in the other direction, but, as though she was stuck in a dream, her legs didn't move as fast as she wanted them to, and her movements felt sluggish. She pushed herself harder, only to fall and stumble, failing to claw herself back, until everything suddenly went black and she returned to this world once more. This pain in her chest right now, the pain she couldn't ignore no matter how hard she tried or how much effort she put in, it was her sign that she was back, that she could finally breathe as herself again, that she could finally be Aina again. The latest episodes are on the website, but it hurt. It hurt like hell. As much as that neutered version of herself wanted to be logical, she knew that wasn't her. She couldn't just bury how she was feeling, and even when she tried, it would always manifest itself in the weirdest of ways. She had too many memories exactly like this. Memories she was often too embarrassed to even recall. Aina took deep breaths, wiping the last evidence of her tears away. She looked up into the skies, almost as though to affirm herself that Lionel was truly not there. For the first time in a long while, she stood to her feet. Her body flashed, her wedding dress falling to ashes, and her body being adorned by flexible silver and black armor. She reached for the hairpin that held up her elaborate bun and crushed it in her hands. Then, looking off in a certain direction, she began to walk as though nothing was around her. Surprisingly, or maybe not very much so, no one bothered her. To the Viola, she was their crown heir's soon-to-be wife. And to the Luxniks, she was on the list of those they weren't meant to touch. Using her high blood force affinity, finding her father's direction was as easy as breathing. Though Miguel took note of Aina's actions, he also did nothing to stop her. If Aina believed that they hadn't come for her, that was fine too. He didn't mind. Visit. For the best experience, she was indeed as beautiful as the piece of her face he had seen before told him. But most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but Miguel's pride wasn't something most could understand. He wouldn't chase a woman, even if he wanted her. How things fell into place in the future, so long as he was the light mentioned, he didn't care. His goal wasn't women, nor was it fame or wealth. It was to stand at the pinnacle of the dimensional verse, and he didn't care who he needed to use to get there. The event of that day would spread like wildfire, setting the sector ablaze and leaving a shocking amount of territory completely unprotected. But what did these matters have to do with the Void Palace? Without even a slight delay in schedule, the second day would begin on the day it was promised. In the skies above, Eleanor watched this scene with her arms crossed about her chest, coldly watching Aina's every action before she lightly snorted. Consider yourselves lucky. The latest in her episodes are on _the website. She seemed to be referring to the Viola, as though their collapse wasn't punishment enough, or like she had had something even worse in store for them. But her next words were even more unabashedly wild. And you, even if my son doesn't want you anymore, you'll still have to spend the rest of your life single. Chapter 1180. Aina walked slowly, her father draped over her back. Despite the weight of the man, with Aina's obscene strength, doing this much wasn't very much trouble at all. In fact, had she wanted to, there were probably a myriad of ways she could carry her father without even touching him. But in the end, she still chose this method. Despite the grief her father had brought her in her lifetime, he was still her father. While he could be considered to be emotionally abusive, Aina could still understand where he came from. At the same time, if she fell into some introspection, what exactly was the alternative? One of the few guilty pleasures Aina had was reading and watching dramas. When she wasn't studying, training, eating, or recovering, she lost herself in worlds that weren't her own. But in how many of those stories was the trouble the heroine faced the exact opposite of her own? In a father-daughter dynamic, would Aina even get the chance to do things as she pleased? Wasn't it more likely that her father would try to protect and coddle her, closing her off to the world because she was simply too fragile as a woman? It sounded quite ironic to say such things now because of how many mental breakdowns Aina had had in recent months. But after regaining control of her faculties, she could say with 100% certainty that she would choose a father like this 10 out of 10 times over a father who refused to let her chase after her goals in life. The latest in Corsodies are on _the website. Had her father made mistakes? Yes. Had his approach been terrible? Yes. Could he have picked a path that would make a lot of this much easier on himself and everyone else? Yes. However, he was still a man willing to hand over the Brazinger family heirloom to a little girl, even knowing that it would cripple his own strength. He was still a man willing to leave her on the safety of Earth to slowly grow, while he weathered the storm of the world alone to pave a path for her to be here. He was still a man willing to face the army of a pillar family alone, all while poisoned and handicapped, just so that she wouldn't have to do something she hadn't wanted to do. He wasn't a perfect father by any stretch, but what in her life was perfect to begin with? This father of hers was the only family she had left, the one unconditional pillar of support. She wouldn't allow any more harm to come to him. Emil's body was too weak to move. Being forced to rest on his daughter's back like this, the rest of his body refusing to listen to his commands when it should have been him protecting her. He felt a seething rage boil all through him, his flaming red hair and crimson eyes practically jumping about as though they had minds of their own. He felt a wild mix of emotions he couldn't even properly process. But again and again, shame, humiliation, and inadequacy popped up in a perpetual cycle, refusing to allow him to forget. I'm sorry. Visit. For the best known experience, Emil's hoarse voice barely came out audibly. His vocal cords had been shredded, and he barely managed to squeeze out these words before he hacked up a mouthful of blood and organs. The poison that Richard had forced on him wasn't lethal to begin with, but it would still take another day before it was flushed out of his system completely. That, compounded by his injuries, made him extraordinarily weak. If not for the Viola needing him for whatever reason, he would have long since died in battle. Aina's steps froze when she heard her father's words. She wasn't quite sure how to react. This wasn't the first time her father had said such a thing to her. In fact, this was precisely the second time. The first time was when she had just lost her mother and her father was forced to leave soon afterward. That was maybe the lowest point in Emil's life. His wife died, his daughter was cursed, and he was useless to stop it all. He could barely stop himself from breaking down in front of his little girl. And now, over a decade later, little else had changed. He was still here, still too weak to do anything still apologizing to his little girl. Visit. For a better user experience, his mistakes were always compounded. Every step he took forward, he cost those closest to him even more. If he had never allowed his love to grow and bloom, that beautiful woman he had loved with all his heart would still be alive. If he hadn't let his emotions dictate his actions, the gorgeous little baby girl they had birthed together wouldn't have to live a life of suffering. If he hadn't been too confident in his strength and spent more time refining his mind, he would have never let his daughter come so close to giving up the most precious moment of her life to a man who didn't deserve it. He tried to teach his daughter to become a better him, a greater version of himself. But he never realized that he was so broken and damaged himself that whatever he projected to his little girl would be broken and damaged as well. He truly didn't know how he would face his daughter ever again, but for her to come out unscathed due to nothing more than trash luck, he didn't know how he should feel. This was the only thing he could do. Apologize. He was useless. It was the only thing he had left to give. Anna didn't know how to respond. For a very long time, she just stood frozen in place, unmoving and in a daze. Compared to when she had been a toddler hearing those words, it hit much differently now that she was a grown woman. Visit. For a better user experience, when she finally did open her mouth to respond, what she said was short and simple. But it was still enough that Emil could no longer hold back his tears. Everything that he hadn't shed for his wife, for leaving his daughter behind, for her growing without him by her side, for all the failures he had had in this life. It all poured outward like an endless torrent, a silent stream of tears drenching his daughter's back. I love you, Dad. Chapter 1181. Lionel woke up and stretched. With light steps, he hopped out of bed and began his revamped flexibility routine. This version was much less embarrassing than the former, but Lionel still preferred to do it alone. The Luxniks were natural healers, so the techniques they had in this regard were extensive and well thought out. Compared to the techniques of Valiant Heart Mountain, they were by far and away better. They couldn't even be considered to be in the same league. Lionel wanted to focus on not just flexibility, but power in his flexibility. The importance of that would be his ability to apply strength in positions most could not. For example, in a deep squat where one's bottom nearly touched the ground. Most couldn't even get into such a position to begin with, at least not without their heels coming off of the ground. But even those that could reach such a position, how much weight could they push? Depending on the depth of a squat, the max weight that could be pushed varied along a predictable slope. What Lionel wanted to was eliminate this weakness as much as he could, and to do so with every similar type of movement as well. To perfectly fuse flexibility and power, that was his ultimate goal, and he was well on his way. Lionel jumped to his feet and felt like a spring was coiled within his body. His joints felt good, his ligaments and tendons felt smooth, and his muscles felt explosive. Better yet, his mind was in its prime. Every breath of air felt fresh and beautiful. Time to go. Lionel slipped on a pair of sweatpants and a crisp t-shirt. He no longer bothered with shoes these days, as his body was already stronger than any shoe sole to begin with. On top of that, using his own 2 feet not only made him more sensitive to certain changes, but Lionel also felt more flexible in his movements. He smiled lightly to himself, running his fingers through his pale violet hair. Today should be fun. The latest _corsodies are on _the website. The young geniuses of Earth, though they had mostly failed in the first day, still came out to support in full force during the second day. Not only were they here in solidarity, but they also wanted to see the true extent of prowess the geniuses of the sector had to offer. Like this, they would know exactly how much further they had to go. The boys seemed intent on watching Lionel from time to time, almost as if to check if he was truly okay. None of them knew what happened at the Viola estate a few days prior, but they believed that Anna had likely gotten married. Still, Lionel continued to act the same way he always had. He laughed and joked with the others as though this matter truly had nothing to do with him. This allowed them and Lionel's grandmother to sigh a breath of relief. There were many people who would bloviate and draw a line on their self-worth. But when push came to shove, they would still allow others to steamroll over them. At least for now, it seemed that Lionel had not regretted his decision and could still function happily. What they didn't notice, though, was that Lionel had raised an internal eyebrow upward. Due to his plan to deal with Anna's father, Lionel had split much of his attention to focus on the arena and its people. He not only needed to locate him, but he also needed to find the opportune moment to act. Emil hadn't been among the Viola family members previously, so Lionel was effectively scanning the whole arena for someone who should match his description. Lionel was certain that he would have red hair and eyes. In addition, he should have an energy signature similar to that of the other Brazingers he had met. But what Lionel didn't expect was the oddity of the arena. For one, there were far too many people on high alert, as though they were waiting for the other foot to drop. They were either whispering amongst themselves, looking toward the entrances, or even muttering to themselves. Secondly, the Montex family region seemed to have several individuals walking on pins and needles. Many of them had nervous or fidgeting expressions that only calmed after they reached the arena. But even then, the elders all seemed to have heavy looks on their faces. And lastly, the Viola family region, which should have been filled to the brim, was decidedly empty. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel narrowed his eyes. It couldn't have been more obvious to him that something big had happened. There was no way that the Viola would miss such an opportunity. And considering the relaxed air and smiles around the Luxnix family, he had a guess as to what might have happened as well. A grand event like a wedding is indeed a good chance to catch a family of such great stature off guard. The Luxnix have been biding their time for 3 generations, so maybe they thought this was the perfect opportunity. But what does this mean for Anna's father? He was their vassal, so he probably had a fight as well. If he died, did the tablet fall into the hands of the Luxnix? This was possible, probable even. If it was true, it would make things a lot more complicated. Rather than defeating one person, he would have to deal with a whole family, all while trying to outpace what growth they'd have with the tablet. That would be a tall mountain to climb. Lionel had hardly finished this thought when his internal sight flickered once more. His brows couldn't help but furrow in slight confusion. Anna, Savon, Yuri, and Emil were right there, seated together along with the commoner ranks. The only difference was that all 4 were wearing masks. Did they manage to escape? Never mind. This is a good tea. Lionel's pupils constricted. Anna, who had been focused on the arena, her hands gripped together, suddenly snapped her head in the direction of Earth's people. Lionel's back was facing her, as he didn't need to look with his eyes to use his internal sight. But that didn't stop her from doing so at all. She sensed my internal sight. Lionel didn't get a chance to process this before Orinik flickered and appeared. He clearly had no intention of waiting for the Viola. The rules have already been explained. Day 2 will be a round-robin style tournament. Your performance will be vetted to decide upon the 3rd and final day. The billboard will decide your groups. The latest Sodies are on website. The flickering of the board began. There were only 300 individuals who made it past the first day, and each round-robin group would have 20 individuals. It also seemed that due to the fact these groups were smaller this time, all 15 groups would be going at the same time. Lionel looked up to spot his number, only for his eyes to narrow even further. Though there were no names, Lionel's memory was simply too good. Of the 300 participating, he knew the numbers of them all. Even if he didn't, he could recognize the energy signature of the force that made up their numbers. In his group, 1. Lionel Morales 2. Higlis Montex 7. Isaac Arundo 13. Richard Viola 17. Siller Luxnix. The latest episodes are on our website. 20. Anna Brazinger. Chapter 1182. Lionel didn't spend very long looking at the billboard of Motes of Light. As easily as he had memorized the numbers of everyone, he had also memorized his own group just as quickly. Instead, his mind was still spinning. Before lifting her curse, Anna's mind was the weakest part of her by far. After she accidentally absorbed his blood during a particularly rough session, they stumbled upon a cure for her curse. Back then, Aina had chosen to keep a small piece of her curse with her because it was useful for her training. But by then, everything was already perfectly under control. Lionel remembered that her mental coercion was so powerful back then that it not only affected him, but she found it difficult to control as well. With such powerful suggestion, even if Aina had been an ugly woman, there would have been lines of men wrapping around several planets waiting to do her bidding. When such mental coercion was fused with her top-tier genetics, well, the results spoke for themselves. It was actually thanks to Aina that Lionel grasped how to use his king's might so quickly. That sort of coercive ability on the world was something that he had gotten a front-row seat to every day until Aina finally learned how to control it. But even then, the change hadn't been to the point where Aina had overtaken Lionel in matters of the mind. After all, Lionel was at the peak of the fifth dimension in these matters. In fact, he was more accurately at a pseudo-sixth-dimensional state, thanks to awakening his wisdom branch so early. For Aina to be able to sense his internal sight so easily, in order to remain as stealthy as possible, Lionel had chosen to strip his internal sight of much of its strength. The reason why he could only tell that people were whispering amongst themselves and muttering, but he couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, was because he had stripped his internal sight of that ability to make it less obvious. And yet, she had still sensed it. Of course, now Aina was well into the fifth dimension. The gap between his mind and hers then, versus it now, was much smaller. But still, visit. For a better user experience, this makes things more complicated, but it isn't impossible. She reacted, but her father didn't. That means that her mental coercion and strong mind aren't a shared strength of their lineage factor, so it's still possible. In that case, isn't there a perfect opportunity? He'll just wait until she's fighting a battle to make a move. Aina, is something wrong? Savon's voice snapped Aina awake. No, it's nothing. I hope my group isn't too hard. Savon laughed self-deprecatingly. They really made it hard with these numbers. I have no way of knowing who I'm matching up against. Aina smiled. You're very strong. I think you'll do great. Aina didn't need to lie. Savon was, indeed, very powerful. Though far weaker than herself, Savon was still a talent of Earth. After so long on a sixth-dimensional world, the amount of potential she had unearthed was astounding. Plus, Savon had a great amount of battle prowess, because she had already become used to surviving on her own. Aina was very confident in her friend. The latest in her courses are on the website. The billboard flickered once more. This time, choosing the first set of matches. A total of 30 numbers lit up, preparing the crowd for 15 matches at once. Oh, seems like it's my turn already. Lionel thought to himself. He'll be back, he said with a smile. Lionel's flickered, a small circle of dust being left where he once stood. When he appeared again, he was already on the stage. Bang! The stage before Lionel quaked, a heavy-set young man landing before him. The stone threatened to crack, and it took several moments before the stage itself ceased to move. Anyone else might have directly fallen from the impact, but Lionel's body simply swayed from side to side as though an expertly engineered creation unmoved by natural disasters. Bang! Bang! The latest courses are on the website. A twin pair of aces slammed against the ground, the low growl of the young man matching the sudden eruption of cheers. He had entered a state of battle the moment he landed. Like many others, he saw this as an opportunity of a lifetime, one that he had no intention of squandering. He would make sure he squeezed everything he had out of his body. He wasn't from a family like the Montex, Viola, or Luxnix. He wasn't even from a family a step below them like the Sage or the Arundo. However, he had still managed to claw his way here to the second day, and he would make his every breath count. Seeing Lionel's nonchalance, he couldn't help but be disgusted, but it didn't take him off his focus in the slightest. In fact, it only made him more focused, his force rising up like a tide, steadily flooding throughout his body and crashing against the barriers he himself put up. He rose up his twin maces, unleashing a mighty roar into the skies before exploding forth. Bang! Lionel didn't seem to notice the movement of the young, heavy-set man before him. Instead, his head tilted to the side slowly, feeling a strong aura to his left. Miguel stood in abject silence, his eyes closed and his long hair fluttering in the wind. He seemed completely separate from everything around him, displaced from the world and higher than even the skies above their head. The latest _episodes are on the website. Lionel smiled. No, it might very well be more accurate to say that he grinned. The way his head tilted, the way his hands rested in his pockets, even down to the way the dancing wind pressed his clothing to his toned torso, and how the shadows outlined his handsome features. It seemed that even with Miguel's disregard and calm, Lionel was a demon that had found his prey. Last chapter for today. Chapter 1183. Hug charged forward like a raging bull. The air formed a semi-spherical curtain around him, his speed and mass so disproportionate that sparks flew in the air. To his back, his maces followed, sparking as they clashed with the wind. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lionel, his shoulders swinging as though it was nothing more than a lever. The flexibility was obscene, and the power behind it was even more so. At that moment, Lionel's gaze shifted from Miguel back to Hug. His gaze was frighteningly cold, and his body was completely unmoving. However, if one ignored the commotion around him and paid attention to the ground beneath his feet, it would be possible to see his toes hooking downward with such force that 10 holes surrounded by spiderweb thin cracks had appeared. The deepest and most important things to Lionel were respect and persistence. Even if he felt his opponent was far weaker than him, he would give them their due respect. Miguel was one matter, a matter he would deal with in due time. However, Hug was a different matter entirely. Lionel's entire demeanor changed in a matter of a fraction of a moment. The last 3 meters between himself and Hug happened within the blink of an eye to everyone else. But, to him, everything had slowed so considerably that he could see the fierce, twinkling light in his opponent's eyes. He could see the sizzling heat of the swinging mace as it scorched through the atmosphere as though a falling meteor, and he could see the steady drum of determination that reverberated through Hug's heart. The mace appeared right above Lionel's head, its leading spike barely half a foot from connecting. It was then that Lionel moved. The latest _episodes are on website. His right foot swiveled backward in a quarter circle, shifting his body to the side and allowing the mace to his right by him. The harsh whistling was so grating on the ears that a lesser person with a weaker body might have felt their ears burst. But Lionel had already reacted. His anchor foot remained down, his right foot moving again and lifting into the air, stepping down with a vicious momentum. The descent of Lionel's soul made the previous meteoric assault of Hug's mace seem like nothing more than child's play. There was something about the timing of Lionel's movements that felt incomparably smooth, something about the ease and conservation of energy that seemed especially beautiful. He was like a well-oiled machine, using only as much as he needed and nothing more. Bang! The polearm of the mace met Lionel's stomp. The instance was so perfectly timed that the mace had just crashed into the stage's stone platform. The result was Lionel's strength fusing with Hug's own, causing the latter's expression to change. Hug felt his wrist nearly break, the skin of his fingers and palm suddenly experiencing so much pressure that they ripped free from his muscle and bone, sending a shocking pain to his brain so severe that he froze for just a moment. The result was him missing a counter opportunity with his second mace, even as he lost his grip on the first, his hand turning into a bloody mess. Bang! Visit. For a better user experience, the stage imploded, a cloud of dust, rock, and bits of stone rising into the air. But that only hid the muffled bang that happened an instant afterward. The crowd was stunned to find Hug's body flying out faster than it had come rampaging in. He shot out of the plume of debris so quickly that it became immediately obvious that he had lost consciousness. The steel metal plate he wore on his chest was completely crumpled, a hole the size of a fist becoming its new centerpiece. Hughawk crashed outside of the arena, his mouth violently erupting with a pillar of blood. There was no doubt who had won the battle. But by this point, Miguel was already stepping off of his stage, his opponent standing frozen in place. For a long while, the young woman didn't move, her expression staring out into blank space. Moxie. It was unknown who had called out this name, but it became like a trigger for a chain reaction. The young woman's body crumbled piece by piece, her expression becoming one of helplessness and sadness in her final moments. It felt as though she wanted to ask, "Why did you have to kill me?" But whether because she didn't have the strength to do so, or realized there wasn't much of a point, she reserved the last of her strength to die with dignity. The latest _corsodies are on _the website. Her face wilted and collapsed into a pile of ash, fluttering into the wind. Lionel watched this with silence. He too could have killed his opponent easily. It was only a matter of using a little bit more force or a slight manipulation of his force. He hadn't done so because he didn't see the point. Where he fought large groups of people, killing as a deterrent, and to ensure the safety of his life was one matter. He had learned to accept that this was necessary and began to live with the result. However, in a one-on-one battle where there were no variables to account for outside of the man right before him, not to mention the fact they didn't have a grudge, he couldn't help but think, why? Were lives really so worthless? Did they not mean anything? Even if they couldn't defeat you, couldn't they have still fought for their dreams against others? And even if they couldn't, so what? Were they worthless because they happened to be born with less talent than others? Because they happened to have weaker backers? Because luck hadn't shined down on them the same way? Who could make such decisions? Who had the right to be the arbitrator of who lived and who died? Is this what you've been doing with my power? Lionel's voice seemed to carry a mysterious strength with it, so much so that there wasn't a single person who couldn't hear it. Visit for the best no-underspelling experience. In that case, they'll be sure to take it back. Trash like you is unworthy of having it. Miguel's steps froze. Chapter 1184. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 18 seconds a.m. Chapter 1184. Said nothing if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1184. Said nothing. Miguel's head turned, his golden gaze meeting Lionel's pale violet irises. For a moment, the world turned still, a hollow clash reverberating before what sounded like the roar of dragons and the cry of phoenixes resonated through the air. Though it was difficult to tell if this was truly what was happening, or if it was simply an illusion created by the thumping hearts of those spectating. It felt as though the other still ongoing battles were meaningless, as though what remained of the selection had suddenly become a poor attempt at extending vacant, vacuous entertainment when the true root of what they wanted to see was already right before them. Lionel might have still stood on his stage while Miguel had already stepped down from his own, and yet their gazes still somehow felt level. A thick violet aura hung around Lionel, a dense golden fog hanging around Miguel. The trembling of planet Luxnix itself seemed to shock people awake from their stupor, their grips on the armrests of their chairs, and the erratic beating of their arms suddenly jumping forward several levels in strength. Then it all vanished at once. The two looked away almost simultaneously, Lionel stepping down from his stage and walking toward Earth Geniuses while Miguel walked toward the Luxnix. At their closest, their shoulders practically brushed against one another. But by their reactions, one would have never guessed such a thing. If one had been entirely focused on their expressions, they might as well have been whirled away from one another. The elders of the Luxnix watched on with narrowed gazes. None of them understood the nuance of Lionel's views. Many of them believed that Lionel would have targeted Miguel one way or another. And now, they felt that their guesses had only been affirmed. Even to this point, they didn't have a firm understanding of Lionel's strength. And, truth be told, they had no idea that Lionel had already regrown his innate node. If regrowing innate nodes was so easy, why would stealing them be such a large deal? If the matter was so simple, those with innate nodes would probably be reared like farm animals, being harvested every so often. Unfortunately, Lionel's lack of understanding when it came to the dimensional verse was rearing its ugly head once again. If news that his father could regrow innate nodes came out, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause? To the current Lionel, he assumed that it was possible, it was just that it took a lot of time. After all, it took him 20-plus years of drinking that vomit smoothie to instigate the regrowth of his innate node. To him, it was just a tedious process. The truth of the matter was that Lionel's father had joined the government of the Ascension Empire, entering their research branches, to personally create a method of healing his son by fusing his knowledge of the dimensional verse with Earth's brand of technology. It could only be said that Lionel's father was a genius that appeared once in several hundred generations. It was unknown if even Lionel could ever reach the level his father had. This was how exaggerated this matter was. Of course, even Velasco miscalculated sometimes. How could he think that his son would be so reckless as to try to form a 10th node? According to Velasco's original intention, upon breaking into the 6th dimension using the God Path, Lionel's innate node would naturally begin to regrow itself. But it had appeared in the 3rd dimension far too early. This aside, the residual Scarlet Star Force that had leaked from Lionel during his breakthrough into Tier 3 was explained away by the Elders with a myriad of different hypotheses. This went to show just how far the idea of regrowing an innate node was from their minds. Now that they heard Lionel's words, they all believed that Lionel wanted to take his innate node back, something that left their brows furrowed and their gazes cold. But when they realized that Lionel had just antagonized Miguel when the latter had cared little for him before, and how Lionel was merely at Tier 3 while Miguel could step into the 6th dimension whenever he wanted, they relaxed their murderous intentions. There was no need to antagonize the Void Palace when this matter would be easily dealt with by Miguel. Lionel returned to sit by his grandmother's side with a smile on his face. It was as though what had happened previously hadn't occurred at all. Little Leo, you need to be careful. Scarlet Star Force is very dangerous. It's one of the only forces I know that can cause damage to higher dimensional beings, even in a lower dimensional state. And if it's at the same level, I don't know if there's a defense that can stop it if it's not constructed by a force on the same or near the same level. Lionel blinked. You don't have to worry, grandmother. I know. I actually don't feel much danger from him at all. If anything, Aina is stronger than him. Regia's brow furrowed. Her senses were sharper than Lionel's, and her internal sight was far stronger. She was absolutely certain that Miguel was still stronger than Aina was. So, why would he say something so reckless? Her grandson didn't seem like the type to mindlessly boast. She opened her mouth to say something else, but in the end she just sighed. She was still only just beginning to form her relationship with Lionel. She felt like she was walking on eggshells, not because she was scared of her grandson, but because she was afraid to say something that overstepped her bounds. She shook her head and made a decision. If Lionel was really in danger of fighting Miguel, even if it meant offending the Void Palace, she would still move. She would rather lose her life than allow any harm to come to her grandson. The battles raged on, and Arnold and Milan eventually got their turns. As one might expect, they didn't perform astoundingly, but they didn't perform poorly either, each winning about 30 to 40% of their matchups. Since performance was based on evaluations and not raw numbers during the second day, they might get a pass due to their low strength. Of course, Elther, Carolus, and Noah performed even better than this. Soon, it was Aina's turn to step onto the arena once again. Lionel's gaze sharpened. Let's hope this works. Numerous small crystalline spiders formed on his palm. Roger raised an eyebrow, but said nothing in the end. Chapter 1185. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 16 seconds a.m. Chapter 1185. Fan clubs if audio player doesn't work. press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1185 Fan Clubs. Despite wearing a mask, Aina seemed to have become the center of attention once more. Though this time, this only seemed to be in one portion due to her beauty. While her face might have been covered, there was simply no mistaking that enormous axe and figure that seemed to attract so many gazes like a magnet. It didn't take much time at all for Aina's own fan club to come out in full swing, their loud cheers rocking the stadium. In truth, several such fan clubs had crept up. Even Elther had his own, though maybe this wasn't so surprising since he did the devilish handsome archetype wonders. His horns only made him feel more exotic and made even more women swoon. Among the fan clubs, though, Aina's and Miguel's could be said to be the largest. Elther was more like a niche specific to a certain population of unabashed degenerates and furries. As for Lionel, he was probably a close second to Aina and Miguel. Lionel never really considered it before because he had spent his whole life practically chasing after just a single woman, but he was quite handsome in his own right. Unfortunately, his style of dress docked him a few points, and his unknown background docked him a few more. If Lionel dressed in expertly tailored robes like Miguel and the other geniuses did, not to mention making his Morales family origins public information, he would probably speed by the ladder with ease. But he was quite comfortable where he was at. Unless it was a cool uniform, he wouldn't compromise his own comfort to wear it. How ridiculous! Funny enough, Aina got the opposite reception. Though Aina and Lionel were opposites in a lot of respects, when it came to their casual form of dress, they were in complete lockstep. Aina put functionality over everything else, and Lionel placed his comfort above everything else. Something like fashion wasn't at the forefront of either of their minds. But because Lionel was a man, his style was seen as lazy as opposed to Aina, who just received a more exotic label that made her stand out from other girls. Her armor not only covered her from head to toe, something so shocking to see on a woman that it was practically its own fallacy, but every piece of it had its own purpose. Aina's fan club couldn't help but praise her modesty, and she cared more about her battle prowess than how good she looked. Of course, there was one other reason Aina's fan club was so passionate. They had all learned that she was still single and hadn't gotten married. The women were excited for her, weaving stories about how she had been forced into her circumstances even without knowing the truth. Of course, Miguel became involved in these fanciful tales, becoming the Prince Charming that saved the princess from her shackles like a gentleman should. As for the men, they felt like there was still a chance for them, furiously rebutting the lovesick tales of the women. The ultimate result were deafening cheers, clapping hands, and stomping feet that threatened to bring the whole arena down. Lionel, though, was completely unlike everyone else. The moment Aina had moved, he had become completely focused on his task, the small little crystalline spiders on his palms springing into action. Lionel followed them as they rushed through the arena, his mind completely focused. It would take a large expenditure to have them run so far from him, especially due to their small size. But he had no other choice in the matter. He couldn't afford to use any other means because it might very well alert others. If there were spatial fluctuations and it was picked up by the members of the Void Palace, they might assume the worst and think Lionel to be cheating. Though it would be quite obvious after an investigation that he wasn't, he preferred to not have to deal with such a difficulty at all. From start to end, Lionel didn't really think about the morality of what he was doing, mostly because he didn't believe that there was anything wrong with it. The only way one could see something wrong was if he had a relationship with Aina's father in some way. But considering that Lionel had accepted that he and Aina would never be together, he didn't see things like that at all. As far as Lionel was concerned, Aina's father was no different from a stranger to him. Now, an argument could be made that it was unethical to steal something from someone who hadn't done you any wrong, and that was a fair point. But this was a hit on his own morality that Lionel was willing to take. There were certain tough decisions that Lionel knew he would have to make if he wanted to reach his goals. When he chose to resurrect Elther instead of his closest friend in those years, Rollin, he had already made one such sacrifice, and he knew well that there would be many others he would have to make. The spiders scurried through the arena. Lionel knew that he was on a time crunch. Aina wasn't fighting a person she would have to try very hard against. It would likely only last a single exchange. However, he had timed things well. He began moving the instant Aina's name blinked. With everything being within his calculations, he should make it. The spiders cut the distance. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. The gap closed rapidly, Lionel's expression turning a bit pale. The distance between them was at least a kilometer to begin with. But with the size of the spiders, it felt like 100 times that. We made it. Aina's battle was already over, another resounding victory for her. She made her way back quickly, but it was already too late. The spiders closed down the last meter distance between them and Meal, ready to pounce onto his spatial ring and fuse with it. However, right at that moment, something Lionel had never expected occurred. Yuri snapped her head in the direction of the spiders, her gaze glowing with a dangerous light. Before Lionel could react, a vast pressure descended, shattering the 3 spiders into motes of light. Lionel slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat pale and his pupils constricted. What was that? Chapter 1186. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 1186. Line of thought: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1186. Line of thought: Lionel took a deep breath, surging tides of force coming in from all directions to replenish his stamina. Thanks to his stars. Even though Lionel couldn't make use of the golden-scaled koi fish without breaking the rules, Lionel's personal ability to replenish stamina was exceptional. It would at most take him a few dozen minutes to fully recover. Still, his mind was wandering elsewhere as the battles raged on. He hadn't expected that after he circumvented the problem of Aina, that he would run into another stone wall. The problem of the spiders being destroyed wasn't actually much of an issue. They were just beast constructs. Their death wouldn't harm Lionel in any way. But in that moment, Lionel's own internal strength had almost been harmed. Had he not been fast enough, not only would Yuri's internal sight have damaged his own, but she would have also been able to trace those spiders back to him. Lionel's brow couldn't help but furrow before he leaned back and sighed. The dimensional verse was much larger than he gave it credit for. Even after so many years, it was still giving him surprises. He had originally thought that no one would be able to match his internal sight, especially after he matched his innate talent with the manipulation techniques of the Luxniks. But now he had been slapped in the face not just once thanks to Aina, but twice thanks to Yuri. As time went on, the advantage that Lionel had gained from his wisdom branch's first awakening would only become less and less obvious. He had originally been leaps and bounds beyond anyone else, having fifth-dimensional boundaries in the third dimension. But now, everyone was in the fifth dimension. He couldn't expect to continue with the same advantages. Or he would have to forge new advantages for himself. I need to step into the third awakening of the wisdom branch soon, Lionel thought to himself. This was the first time Lionel actively wanted his Luxnik's lineage factor to progress faster. In the past, it had always come naturally. But after these events, he realized that maybe just his own talent wasn't enough anymore. As for the matters with Yuri, after calming himself from the initial shock, Lionel wasn't too surprised. Aina had never told him about Yuri's past, but she had told him that she wasn't human. In addition, he knew that Yuri's telekinesis ability, the very same ability Raelion had, wasn't actually an ability at all. Rather, it was the innate skill of her race of people. Lionel didn't know whether Aina didn't want to tell him what race Yuri was a part of, or if she simply didn't know, but the truth didn't matter. It was likely just another example of her not trusting him while he entrusted everything to her. Regardless, he was no longer emotional about it. All that mattered was that Yuri was maybe even more troublesome than Aina in this regard thanks to her origins. And now that it failed once, they would all be on guard. Yuri? What's wrong? Meal frowned, wincing slightly. His injuries still hadn't fully healed, but he had insisted on being here. How could he miss such a thing? You unleashed a lot more of your power than you normally do. I told you to be careful with that. Until you make it to the Void Palace, you can't let others know of your origins. And even then, you have to be careful with who you can trust. Originally, Miel was going to send Yuri to the Void Palace along with Aina as a maidservant. With how many noble men and women were allowed entry, some were given exceptions to bring along one person in such a capacity. But now that the quotas had expanded, Yuri could enter on her own, making things a lot easier. I know, adoptive father, but someone just targeted you. Yuri's frown deepened. Her adoptive father had always made her keep a very low profile for her own safety. A large part of the reason she felt so broken up about Aina's wedding was because she felt she was being forced to choose between her own safety and her sister's happiness. That was right. Yuri felt like she could have saved Aina that day, whether that was because of an overinflated sense of confidence or reality. Maybe only she and Miel knew the answer to that. Targeted me? Yuri sighed. It wasn't that Miel's mind was weaker than them. It was rather that using the Brazinger family lineage factor placed a lot of strain on the mind. After going all out just the day before, Miel's soul force was fragmented and injured. How could he sense the danger as easily? Yes, they were 3 beast constructs. I tried to track the person, but they retreated too quickly. But from what it looks like, it's the Luxnix family technique. Miel's brow raised before he sighed. Nothing in this world comes for free. Yuri felt deflated. The Luxnix had swooped in and saved Aina that day, but they hadn't asked for anything in return. Originally, she had held the hope that maybe this was because Aina was never the target and that the wedding was just a good chance to deal with the Viola. But this attempt seemed to spit in the face of that. Could their goal have been more complex than the fall of the Viola? Miel's line of thinking was the same, but he still didn't conclude that these matters were related to Aina. Would a large family war with another just for the sake of a single girl? Though his daughter was exceptionally talented, weren't all these families arrogant? Plus, they had Miguel, a child even Miel himself was greatly impressed by. On top of this, they couldn't have known that he would be able to weaken the Viola so much before they fought. So, Miel's thoughts were very, very different. Could it be that they learned of the existence of the bronze tablet? Could that be the true reason they attacked the Viola? A hint of worry marred Miel's brow. If his greatest secret was exposed, this could be troublesome. On the other side of the arena, Lionel, who had long since calmed, began to deduce several things. Among them was the exact thought process of the current Miel and Yuri. Yes, if they believe him from the Luxnix family, that would indeed be their line of thinking. Maybe I can use this to my advantage. Lionel looked up, feeling a familiar aura calling out to him. It seemed that it was his turn to battle once again. Lionel Morales versus Siller Luxnix. Chapter 1187. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 14 seconds a.m. Chapter 1187. Man of Energy, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1187. Man of Energy Siller was like a spark of lightning. Among the Luxnix, he was probably one of the only few that cut his hair short, and it made him look like a 16 or 17-year-old kid, far younger than he truly was. He appeared on the platform, eager to go. But when he saw that his opponent was actually Lionel, his brows couldn't help but shoot up. Lionel himself landed on the platform about a minute after Siller, not having gone all out to reach the stage like his opponent had. However, he greeted the latter with a smile that took him completely off guard. Siller was certain that with Lionel's hatred of the Luxnix, a smile would be the last thing he would find. In fact, he was quite certain that he would find exactly the opposite of that. But to think that Lionel would be looking at him like this. The truth was that Siller, along with many of the most recent generation, were fairly in the dark about the truth of these matters. That said, they weren't completely clueless, mostly because of the oddity of the generations and how things lined up. Siller and the other 2 arm heads were technically in the generation of Lionel's mother. They had experienced dozens of years of life and were already pushing toward triple-digit ages in another decade or 2. As such, when the commotion had been happening back during those days, they were more than old enough to remember. And that also meant that of this third generation, the only ones that were of Lionel and Miguel's age who could participate at this level were just the two of them. There was no third individual. This was to say that Siller knew that Lionel's name had been stricken from the family records. He was also aware that there was some sort of falling out between Lionel's branch of the family and everyone else. But he had always assumed that this was because Lionel's mother had ignored the family's wishes and married out. As for the truth, among the youths, maybe only Miguel was aware. But that was because the innate node was actually within his body. I didn't expect you to be smiling in this situation. Siller tilted his head to the side, as though curiously observing Lionel. The other battles had already begun, but the two of them had yet to move a single inch. And what situation is that? Lionel asked. Well, facing an enemy. Siller was a bit confused by Lionel's response. An enemy? Lionel thought for a moment. I don't really see it that way. Siller's brow rose. Is that because you beat Elodie, so you don't really think of me like a rival? That would be a mistake. You're my junior, so I don't mind giving you a few pointers. In the dimensional verse, how powerful you are is sometimes less important than how your abilities match up to someone else. And speed happens to match up well against a lot of things. Siller's irises flashed with a peculiar light, his muscles flexing and unflexing like they had minds of their own, wiggling about his body as though they were ready to explode. No. Lionel shook his head. I don't mean it like that. I just mean that I don't see you all as an enemy. As far as I'm concerned, we'll be leading you all one day. Why would I treat you like that when you haven't personally done anything to me? Siller, who was prepared to go, was stunned speechless. What had he just said? Led them? Was this guy delusional? Are you all right up here? Siller pointed to his head. Do you have any idea how many of them want you dead? Lionel's smile became wider, but for some reason, it felt decidedly cold. Siller's spine tingled, the tips of his fingers and toes becoming somewhat numb. I don't plan on leading them. I plan on killing them. Siller's palms flipped over on instinct, one short sword and one dagger appearing, each to a hand. He took a step back, his body growing tight and his pupils flickering with lightning. All their lives, the Star Order Council had advised them not to go all out. Despite having fought several exchanges with Elodie and almost killing him, Lionel still didn't know what the latter's ability was. From start to finish, he had only ever used Luxnick's family techniques. However, after the destruction of the Viola family, there was no need to hide their fangs anymore. And Siller had never been more grateful than he was now. For this Lionel before him. He deserved for him to go all out, because if he didn't, he would definitely suffer. Lionel's palm flipped over soon after. With his duality spear gone, his favorite quasi-silver spear was no longer in his arsenal. But there were still hundreds of others to choose. He was already eyeing a few quasi-gold spears he could see in the far-off distance, but he wasn't quite strong enough to make it there. So instead, he settled for this. The temperature began to drop, a frosted blade appearing in Lionel's hands. It looked like a construct of black ice, its blade looking like a jagged abomination from the depths of hell. The air crackled and popped as the water vapor rapidly cooled. At the same time, a fog of cold and darkness rose from the blade into the air. Siller felt his joint freezing up, the fast twitching of his muscles slowing down considerably. His gaze couldn't help but narrow into slits. Fine. His voice lost the childish tone it usually had, dropping by an octave. I'll show you my true strength then. Bang! An eruption of lightning violently sparked into the surroundings. Siller's short hair, in that instant, became a river of white gold sparks. The whites of his eyes and his irises vanished, replaced by streaking arcs that split out the side of his eyes. He became a man of energy. Then he vanished. Chapter 1188. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 13 seconds a.m. Chapter 1188. Not sure if audio player doesn't work? Press stop then play button again. Chapter 1188. Not sure. Lionel swung his spear upward instantaneously, but it was only just barely in time to meet Siller's blade. He was fast, so fast that without activating his snowy star owl's gaze, Lionel's eyes alone could never hope of keeping up. As fast as Siller's legs were, though, his blade was even quicker. He caught the side of Lionel's spear. With blade against blade, he took advantage of his own forward momentum to parry it upward, his sword skimming against the edge of Lionel's spear as the backhand of his dagger aimed directly for Lionel's throat. In the moment, Lionel understood. Siller was the armhead of the speed arm of the Luxnix family. However, even then, he had only undergone his first awakening of the speed branch, allowing his light elemental force to fuel his speed and leaving trails of light in his wake as he moved. But compared to Lionel, who had awoken 3 times, what was that worth? With things being like this, though, Siller truly showed his colors as the fastest of the Luxnix younger generation. Not only was his grasp of the family's techniques impeccable, but his own personal ability, the one he had been forced to hide for so much of his life, was actually so perfectly in tune with exactly the kind of fighter he wanted to be. While it seemed like Siller was an elemental speedster, this wasn't the case at all. Rather, he was a special type lightning user. His lightning wasn't the destructive type, nor was it a speedster type. It was an energy type. His lightning was able to fuel his body and give him strength. Whether it was improving his thinking speed, his explosive strength, and his raw speed, it was able to do it all. This sort of ability was like an overall upgrade on his power, a holistic boost to how dangerous he was. And make no mistake, he was dangerous. Siller's dagger appeared before Lionel's throat, flickering with arcs of lightning. It was impossible to read his gaze with just how much sheer energy was sparking out from it. The speed was so fast that everything happened far too quickly. Many weaker members in the audience didn't even realize just how much danger Lionel was in right that moment. However, what happened next was even more shocking. Lionel's gaze flickered. As though something had sapped Siller of all his energy, the blade trembled and then dulled. All the strength and lightning behind it vanished in a moment. Clang! Siller's blade clashed with Lionel's neck. But as though it had rebounded against a steel wall, it was pushed and repelled backward. Just as quickly, Siller retreated. Like an assassin in the night, he struck just once and didn't stay in Lionel's vicinity. Beneath Lionel's skin, a small flicker of bronze runes receded, hardly perceptible to the eye. However, his steps didn't pause for even a single moment as he pressed down towards Siller. A harsh, grating wind pulsed into the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, ice and icicles formed, turning the stage into some sort of winter wonderland. Lionel took a step forward, his figure flashing. Clang! 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 Siller's brow furrowed, his heated exchange with Lionel growing faster and faster. He felt as though Lionel was either adapting to his speed or improving so quickly that he was being forced on his back foot. Ice began to creep up Siller's sword and dagger, his lips turning blue and his fingers trembling beneath the cold. Lionel's short violet hair danced in the wind. The combination of violet, light blues, and a dense darkness played off of each other very well. And yet, compared to the energy-laden Siller, it still felt somewhat muted and uninteresting. The battle slowly swung in Lionel's favor, Siller realizing that his opponent was getting faster and faster. Lionel's spear spun in his hands. It had once been that Siller could attack 3 or 4 times before he landed even one. But then it had shrunk to 3, then 2, then 1. Now Lionel seemed to attack twice as fast as Siller did. If not for the fact that the latter wielded 2 weapons, he would have likely already suffered a fatal wound. Lionel caught the side of Siller's blade in one of the jagged grooves of his blade. With a strong flick upward, Siller felt his wrist nearly snap, forcing him to get rid of his sword entirely. He moved to retreat once more, but his expression changed when he found that his foot hit air. His eyes widened as he fell on his bottom outside of the stage. He looked on wide-eyed at seemingly empty space, still not quite understanding what happened. It was only after the frost slowly began to recede and he could feel his body again that he finally understood. His mind had actually slowed by that much. That spear. Siller finally looked up, looking at the black ice spear, his expression still somewhat lost. Lionel smiled. You said it best yourself. How powerful you are is sometimes less important than how your abilities match up to someone else. In this case, you met maybe the worst possible match for you. I see. Siller still couldn't quite understand, but he had a faint inkling. He didn't really care that Lionel had relied on a treasure. It was clear that it was a quasi-silver spear, and that wasn't much different from his own weapon. And something made him think that Lionel had purposely chosen to fight in this way, just so he could say those words to him. It was quite pathetic. He finally got the chance to go all out for once, and yet he had lost like this. He could almost feel the disappointed glances that were landing on his back. Lionel bent down and helped Siller to stand before walking away. The latter didn't even register that Lionel had helped him until several moments later, but that only left him in another daze. He wasn't quite sure how he was supposed to feel. Chapter 1189, published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 11 seconds a.m. Chapter 1189. Good chance if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 1189, good chance. The black ice spear wasn't the true name of the spear. It was just what Lionel had chosen to call it. But the reality was that this spear had little to nothing to do with ice and frost. In fact, its true name was the kinetic blade, and its domain was the kinetic domain. Lionel had made water-type and ice-type spears to choose from in the quasi-silver ranks, but the truth was that this spear wasn't one of them. In fact, this blade worked so well with Lionel because it relied on his fire and light elemental affinity. In this regard, it was even better than the duality spear, which played on none of Lionel's best affinities. The reason for the darkness and frost the spear exuded was because it was sapping its domain of light and heat. Lionel hadn't used the darkness ability of the spear at all, and simply relied on its ability to absorb kinetic energy. Against an opponent like Siller, who relied so heavily on the energy he could output, this spear was, indeed, the perfect counter. Of course, the best part was not only in that Lionel could sap a region of its energy, but he could also use it to fuel the attacks of the spear itself. Lionel hadn't needed to use it against Siller, but it could be very useful in the future. With Lionel's level of fire elemental affinity, he could absorb so much heat that he could bring a fifth-dimensional region to near absolute zero. That kind of power was absolutely lethal. It could only be said that everyone was quite lucky that this was a sixth-dimensional world, or else this selection would basically be over. Did you see it? Orinik asked with narrowed eyes. I'm not sure. It happened too quickly, Ganner said slowly. Orinik had been too infuriated before to think. But when he thought back to the previous events, Lionel had used his bare fingers to deflect 3 fifth-dimensional arrows. Then, he used a bare fist to leave a dent in fifth-dimensional armor. And just now, he blocked a fifth-dimensional blade with nothing but the skin of his neck. In his life, Orinik had never heard of defensive abilities on this level, at least not with just one's unaltered skin. It was to the point of being absolutely obscene, unless it was from that family. The trouble was, he didn't really have any proof. And even when it comes to that family, their defense only touches upon these levels when they activate their bronze runes. So why was it that he hadn't seen Lionel's runes? Was it another ability? A technique he had never heard before? Or could it be a mutation of that lineage factor? The last was a strong possibility. After all, with how many members of that family that there were, how could they not have bastard children spotted all over the human domain? Just the recognized children of the Nova generation alone numbered over 1 billion, let alone the unrecognized ones. Why does it matter, anyway? Ganner said, even if he's from that family. If he's here, he clearly doesn't have high standing amongst them. Why would he be participating in a selection if he could practically get guaranteed entry, so long as the right person spoke up? You're always thinking short-term. Orinik shook his head. Think about what event is coming soon and what it means. You mean the air war? Yes. And what about it? At our level, Wed, just be cannon fodder and barely any of the spoils would be ours for the taking. You can't want me to risk my life just to get a handshake and a pat on the head, right? It'll pass. Orinik ran his fingers and thumb through his brows. He felt like he was talking to a wall. How did such an idiot manage to get into Void Palace? Orinik didn't stay on this line of thought for long, though. When he thought about that massive thing Ganner was always carrying on his back, he couldn't bring himself to belittle the man anymore. That scrawny, half-dead-looking body had far too much strength in it. First of all, cannon fodder is an exaggeration. Would at least be in the middle levels enough to get something in return. And am adjusting for my own laziness. Ganna yawned while resting his cheek on a single palm. Orinik couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes this time. As I was saying, the existence of a member of that family with a good bit of talent like this is pretty valuable. Just think about the possibilities. The first potential reality is that his lineage factor mutated. You know how valuable such a thing is. Any mutation, even a regressive one, will want to be studied by even a weak family, let alone one on the level of them. If we sold this information to one of the potential heirs, it would be a great spike in their merits, so close to the event, and we would definitely get a nice thank you in return without even having to lift a finger. Ganner's eyes brightened when he heard this. This idea indeed wasn't bad. The fact Lionel's skin could be so hard without fully activating his runes was definitely something they would be interested in. Though it sounded like a great ability, it might still be regressive. After all, there were a ton of complicated variables at play. For all they knew, this mutation didn't allow Lionel's skin to grow any firmer beyond this point. Still, if it was a mutation, it was valuable nonetheless. Every mutation represented the potential of evolving a lineage factor to an all-new level, and it was a chance to deepen one's understanding of the mechanisms that governed it as well. There was simply no family who would turn down such an opportunity. The second potential reality is that he isn't mutated, but rather just hides it well. In that case, then he's a pretty decent genius of their family. Isn't that much worse? Ganner's excitement dimmed. Orinik sighed and shook his head. What was he going to do with this one? No, the competition has been raging on for so long already. Those that could be recruited have already long since been recruited, and most of them are focused on grooming their faction to step into higher levels of strength. Someone who isn't tied to any of them and has good talent will always be worth something. Think about it. Would you rather split rewards with others who will just leave and bring the benefits to their own families? Or would you rather split rewards with your own kin? If we sell this information to the right person, it won't be as lucrative as the first potential reality, but it will be good business either way. Only after hearing this did Ganner's expression lighten up again. Finally, there's the third potential reality that he isn't part of that family at all. But don't you think they'd be very interested in someone who has a body even stronger than their own? Ganner's gaze glowed like twin torches. It seems need to find a way to figure out what the truth is. Orinik smiled as though he could already see the dollar signs. The third day of the selection might be a good chance to see what his limits really are. Last chapter for today. Tomorrow will be a 4-chapter banger, promise. Chapter 1190. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 10 seconds a.m. Chapter 1190. Erupted forth if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 1190. Erupted forth. Lionel was unaware of the thoughts of Orinik and Ganner. But even if he had known, he wouldn't have reacted much. Though the two were trying to profit off of him, they weren't necessarily doing anything detrimental, at least not on the surface, anyway. Even if they were coming with sinister intention, Lionel would be at fault if he was honest with himself. Lionel had no idea just how rare his defenses were. Bodies that could match up to weapons in hardness didn't just grow on trees, and most techniques and lineage factors that replicated such things had enormous drawbacks. Someone like Lionel, who could have amazing speed, flexibility, and dexterity, all while having a body practically immune to blades, was unheard of. In the human race, there was only one family capable of such a feat, and that was without a doubt the Morales. Unfortunately, Lionel's scope of the dimensional verse was still too narrow compared to young nobles, and he never really hid his abilities at all. So whether they were the ones to expose him or not, he would eventually end up exposing himself regardless. Lionel was already far behind the other heirs who had already built up their factions and were training in preparation for that day. His anonymity was practically the only shield he had, but it seemed like that wouldn't last for much longer. The battles continued to rage on, and the excitement of the crowd only seemed to grow with each passing moment. Previously, the numbers and auras were all muddled, and no one truly understood exactly how things would shake out. But as more and more battles occurred, a picture of the various groups and standings began to form in the mind of the spectators. Upon grasping who was in which group and how the records were playing out, the excitement began to boil over. Though the Void Palace wasn't here for the entertainment of the masses, their practices ultimately led to such a result regardless. After all, with everyone having to rely on themselves to treat their injuries, any large and clashing battle could make or break the chances of an individual. While it was true that record wouldn't be the ultimate deciding factor of who received entry and who didn't, the more battles one fought, the more accurate those of the Void Palace would be able to be in their assessments. As such, as the battles continued, those that still remained undefeated were separated out from the masses, and their battles became hotly contested centers of hype. Fan clubs clashed with one another over which of their favorites would win, and old, wizened men and women made their predictions in an effort to come off enigmatic. The geniuses of Earth that remained continued to perform to the best of their abilities. In the beginning, Arnold and Milan were practically neck and neck, but the more battles he fought, the more refined Arnold's style seemed to become. He improved in real time, steadily pushing his win percentage of barely 40 to 50% upward towards 60. Milan lagged behind, not sharing Arnold's talent in the use of universal force, and as such performing the worst of them all. But he didn't lose sight of his determination, managing to keep his head high and take his licks in silence. Careless, Elther, and Noah all performed extremely well from the very beginning. Elther was a lot like Arnold, improving rapidly with every battle. He was the quintessential battle maniac, his blood boiling every time he stepped onto the arena. When he was finally forced to use his battle form, morphing into an enormous, white-furred wall of muscle with horns that pierced the skies, the furries in the crowd only seemed to go more wild. However, what the crowd saw and what Orenic and Ganner saw were two completely different things entirely. While the former saw a wall of muscle, the latter saw chaotic particle force. What the hell is going on with this sector? First, there was a true state universal force wielder. Then there was a member of that family. And now, there's someone wielding one of the true state elements? Orenic felt like his head was spinning. They all come from over there, Ganner said offhandedly. Though he had spoken those words casually, Orenic froze upon hearing them, his head turning toward the location of Earth's geniuses. He had been so busy analyzing how ridiculous it all seemed that he had completely missed the most obvious connection of them all. His gaze went toward Earth's geniuses, and he immediately noticed something else. Not only were they all from this one place, they all seemed to look toward a singular young man for guidance. No matter which of them it was, even the chaotic particle force wielder, after each of their battles, they would always go to him to hear his thoughts. Just when Orenic's gaze landed on Lionel, he seemed to look up at the same time and smile. Orenic didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Lionel's gaze seemed to convey the message that he could see through his intentions quite clearly. A member of that family leading so many talents? If I recall correctly, not a single one of them is above Tier 2 except for him, yet they didn't perform too badly. They're just too young, Orenic thought aloud to himself, not shifting away from Lionel's gaze. Hey Ganner, I think the price for him just went up. A lone member of that family was one matter, but a member who had a talented faction under him was worth even more. Life in the Void Palace wasn't easy. You had to scratch and claw for everything. The idea of a payday that could come without him having to risk his life was something that made Orenic's blood boil and his heart stand at attention. The billboard flickered once more, causing Lionel to finally break eye contact with Orinik. Lionel Morales versus Isaac Arundo. The moment Lionel landed on the platform, a baleful killing intent that blanketed the arena erupted forth. Chapter 1191, published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 9 seconds a.m. Chapter 1191. Bowman, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1191. Bowman Lionel sighed. He could feel the rage of the young man across from him, and considering the bow in his hands and the shape of his features, he could guess why. This young man was probably of the Arundo family, and very likely related that Isaac character he had killed previously with a combination of his back construct and his radiant fire force. Resonance and vibrations were already dangerous enough on their own, let alone when they were paired with a force capable of destroying cells down to a molecular level. Back then, Lionel had only wanted to casually try out what the combination would give him, and the result was devastating for Isaac, to say the least. Isaac had been forced to hold down his rage and fury for days, being held back by even his own family members, so he didn't rush out and do something that ruined his future. Though, Isaac never expected to be so lucky as to get Lionel in his group. He slowly pulled the bow from his back, his gaze locked onto Lionel. If something like a simple look could kill, there was no doubt that maybe Lionel would have died several times over. Lionel decided against saying anything. Sometimes, this was the best course of action. Oftentimes in life, there was no one in the wrong, and yet, you would have to be on opposing sides regardless. Seeing the bow in Isaac's hands, though, something within Lionel shifted. He couldn't remember ever running into a true bowman yet. In his life, he had never met anyone more accurate or skilled than himself in this respect. He really wanted to see just what kind of strength a family of bowmen could produce. Lionel's palm flipped over, revealing a sleek black bow. It was quite a beautiful construct, but its quasi-bronze level had long since become outdated. Even still, it had followed Lionel for several years already. Of all his weapons, this was the one he was probably the most familiar with. The gazes of the Arundo family flashed with rage when they saw Lionel's actions. They couldn't see into his thoughts. How could they believe that he was doing anything more than mocking them? Lionel had displayed skill in the Luxnix force arts and the spear, but now he wanted to be a bowman too? But Isaac felt completely different. There was something about Lionel's demeanor that shifted when the bow touched his palm. He went from a normal young man to a towering mountain. An invisible pressure pressed downward, as though there was no distance that was safe, no defense that was impenetrable. Today, Isaac thought to himself, slowly drawing his first arrow and tightening his back. Even if I have to give up my life, I will take you down with me. Twang. TSSSSSS. 2 streaking arrows were released at once, each from opposite sides of the arena. At least, that was what it would seem like. However, if one had been paying especially close attention, it would have been just barely perceptible that Lionel had released a fraction of a moment later. Isaac's gaze flickered, numerous calculations being performed in his mind every second. He deduced the ending in a fraction of a moment and released a second arrow and a third. Lionel took a step to the side. His hands became a blur, mirroring Isaac's actions in a single blink. Bang! The first 2 arrows collided, creating a scene that stunned those watching. They split into 4 pieces, each one being split in 2 by the other, in an astonishing feat the crowd had simply never seen before. Never had 2 arrows been so perfectly matched in such a way. But such a sight didn't even have time to settle in before the second and third volleys met one another. Lionel's expression flickered, a wide grin spreading across his face. Isaac's second arrow deviated in its path just before it met his own second. Skimming against the side, it threw Lionel's second arrow off course and right in the path of Isaac's own third arrow. In just a breath, Isaac used Lionel's second arrow to deviate the path of his own third arrow, forcing Lionel's own third arrow to miss completely. Lionel's second arrow flew by the right of Isaac's head, and the third flew by the left of his waist. But he didn't move a single inch, as though he already knew that exactly this would happen. At the same time, the forced deviation of I6's third arrow by Lionel's second resulted in both of I6's arrows flying in a straight line, right for Lionel's head. For the first time in his life, Lionel had been outmaneuvered in a battle of snipers. But rather than being enraged or saddened, he laughed, a vast violet aura exuding from him without his even noticing. Lionel was forced to tilt his head to the side to dodge I6's line of arrows. But in the split moment of being off balance, Isaac had already launched 4 more arrows, his gaze focused and his mind running on overdrive. He had never felt so focused in his life, so absolutely in control. This battle, he would win it. Right when Lionel shifted his head to the side, the first in line's second arrow suddenly dipped down, ripping into his shoulder. A skidding white mark was left on Lionel's skin as the arrow almost drew blood. His mind had been quick enough to pick up on the change, but he hadn't been quick enough to activate his bronze runes in that area, causing the white mark that was there now. But Isaac seemed to have already long since been aware of how strong Lionel's body was, because the third arrow which had been following the trail of the second fell in line perfectly. As though taking the white mark on Lionel's shoulder as a landing strip, it burst with a flood of force, piercing into Lionel's left shoulder. A spray of blood began to fall down Lionel's arm, his grip over his bow turning somewhat weak. However, there was no chance for rest. A volley of 4 arrows was already in the air, and it was hard to tell just what sort of unpredictable tricks Isaac had hidden within them. Chapter 1192, published at 2nd of September, 2022, 5:05 and 7 seconds a.m. Chapter 1192, LT seamed. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1192 LT seam. Lionel's expression flickered. The instant the force surrounding the arrow lodged into his shoulder dissipated, he used his variant Earth affinity to send it flying out of his flesh. The wound itself immediately began to heal, Lionel's passive healing factor having reached ridiculous levels after reaching the second awakening of his healing branch. Isaac hadn't expected for Lionel to deal with his wounds so effortlessly, so he was somewhat caught off guard. This wasn't because he thought his arrow would be lethal, but rather because he expected Lionel to have to be forced to find a moment to pull the arrow out. And he thought that Lionel would also have to at least weather the injury for the duration of the battle. But it seemed that he was wrong. Isaac's expression fell for only a split moment before his determination was lit ablaze once more. His gaze rapidly shifted between the 4 arrows he had released into the sky, completing another series of calculations in the blink of an eye. His aura blazed, his bow force wrapping around his body like a howling wind. The twang of his bow string became like the chords of a symphony. Every pull and release had its own unique rhythm. He didn't care about the depletion of his state of mind. He didn't care about the tingling pain at the tips of his fingers. He didn't care about anything outside of the target right before him. Lionel rolled to the side. Having lost the initiative, his body was forced into weaving and dodging, his gaze flickering with an excited light. Isaac was the best marksman he had ever met. His skill was immaculate. His calculative abilities were lesser than that of himself, but his talent and grasp of timing were impeccable. The moment he seized a leg up due to a folly on Lionel's part, he didn't let up, his assault only becoming more overbearing and relentless. There was no cover for Lionel to take, no partner he could use to distract his enemy, and as though by some tacit agreement between the two, Lionel refused to use any skills classified outside his talent as a bowman. Bang, 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 bang. Plumes of smoke rose up outside the arena as arrow after arrow left craters in their wake. Steam began to rise off of Isaac's skin. His fingers trickled with blood, his back burned from the strain, and his shoulders cried out. But he pulled one arrow after another, slowly forcing Lionel back into a corner where he wouldn't be able to step either left or right. Isaac slowly shifted to the side, taking his first steps of the battle. His base remained steady, and his feet were heavy. Everything he did was perfect and without flaw. He forgot about everything else, his mind touching an ethereal state where even the pain and aching of his body vanished. And then, bang! A towering pillar of force rose into the skies. Isaac's aura shifted, his arrows beginning to carry with them the screeching sounds of metal grating on metal as they tore through the skies. At that moment, Orinik and Ganner's gazes narrowed, their expressions becoming serious. Natural bow force. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Isaac broke through just as he forced Lionel into a corner. And yet, the man himself didn't even seem to notice. All he could think about was growing powerful enough to defeat the enemy before him, releasing an arrow with enough strength to rip through any defense before him. Shoo! SHU! Shoo! Shoo! The arrows whistled through the skies, their momentum leaving streaks across space and threatening to tear lines into the fabric of reality. However, while they were far from accomplishing such a feat, they were more than enough to shred apart Lionel's defenses. Bang! 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 A cloud of dust billowed into the skies, covering the scene of everything in the corner of the arena. The crowd watched on in awe. A battle that had started with such a fascinating beginning had turned completely one-sided and lost much of their attention. But the instant of I-6's breakthrough, it was as though all eyes had been glued to him. Natural bow force. Wasn't the conclusion obvious? However, right then, before the smoke could completely clear, a laughter sounded from within it, causing the plumes of debris to forcefully disperse. Lionel's figure was revealed. Much of his clothing had been drenched in blood, but the skin beneath was completely unscathed. What was obvious was the fact the final volley of arrows carrying natural bow force hadn't touched a single hair on his head. I understand now. It makes so much sense. So you can use bow force like that. Lionel was absolutely fascinated. When he thought of the potential applications and what he could do when he gained the skill to do so, he was ecstatic. Maybe he didn't even realize how much he loved the bow until now. Maybe he loved it even more than he did crafting. It was almost a shame that he was given the spear domain heirloom instead of the bow domain heirloom. Let's finish this. Lionel, who was now confident in his ability to dodge I-6 arrows, stood to his full height, tall and proud. He didn't seem prepared to run as he drew his bow, even knowing that Isaac held the initiative in his hands. He exuded all the unbridled confidence in the world. However, just as Lionel was about to knock another arrow to begin his counter, he blinked, slowly lowering his hands. Isaac still stood tall, blood trickling from his fingers, but he was completely unmoving. He swayed slightly in the wind before he fell backward, crashing outside of the arena. He had given everything he had in that last strike. By the time the last arrow was released, he had already lost consciousness. He was in no state to battle. It seemed that Lionel had won. Chapter 1193, published at 2nd of September, 2022, 9:15 and 56 seconds a.m., Chapter 1193. Hushed if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1193. Hush. Lionel returned to Earth's seating arrangements a bit disappointed, but also somewhat relieved. He didn't want to have to kill Isaac. Not only had he just enlightened him to many things, but he also understood where Isaac was coming from. Lionel had long since grown past the point of allowing guilt to weigh down his soul and threaten his life. But he had also come to the conclusion that those that wanted revenge on him for things he had done in the past weren't individuals he would hate. In the future, he would have to cross and harm a lot of people. That was a weight he would have to carry on his shoulders and accept. The moment Lionel sat back down, after appeasing his grandmother and insisting that he was doing just fine, he immediately entered a state of meditation as the battles raged around him. The battle started up again in full force. But Lionel had entered his dream world, several dream clones standing around and performing the same actions again and again. Lionel was absolutely fascinated by I-6 bowmanship, not only because of its applications, but also its simplicity. Although the amount of skill it took to use it at high levels was obscene, the entry was simple. It was the sort of thing that was accessible to everyone, but very difficult to get extremely skilled at, kind of like driving a car. Anyone could take a vehicle from point A to point B. But how fast could you drive a car without losing control of it? 150 kilometers an hour? 200 maybe? Anyone could park. But how many could parallel park with ease? And what about drifting into your parking spot? Anyone could drive manual, but how many could drive automatic? The layers of complexity and skill increased almost instantly. Similarly, I-6 bowmanship started simple, but very quickly became complicated. In the start, it was a game of balance and projectiles, but then it evolved into aerodynamics and fluid dynamics, and at its highest levels became the physics of chaos and chaotic events. To make a potential complex matter simple, Isaac essentially coded his arrows in bow force, decided the shape and weight the bow force would take before he released the arrow. All of the random movements of his arrows from start to finish had never been a form of telekinesis or a special mind technique, but were rather all examples of bow force manipulation. By tweaking and adjusting how bow force was applied to an arrow, you could cause delayed and seemingly random events to occur long after it had left the bow. The result was catching even someone like Lionel, who almost always had everything in his grasp, completely off guard. The most shocking part of it was that the more clever one was with their application, and the more decoys you used, the more complicated the calculations became, and the more difficult it was for a person to see through the truth. Lionel was so used to being able to directly pinpoint the trajectory of an arrow or projectile because it always followed a simple parabolic shape. He only had to take into account gravity and the force behind it, adding in a sample of the sound it caused for extra measure, and he could tell almost everything about it from the location it was shot from to exactly where it would land in the blink of an eye. But with this, it was like Lionel's world had been turned completely upside down. Fluid dynamics was among the hardest branches of physics even in the 25th century. The variables only increased as you rose through the dimensions. And this wasn't even the most complicated application of I-6 bowmanship that Lionel could think of. Lionel was so immersed in his own world that it took a tap from his grandmother for him to realize that it was actually once again his turn. HM? Oh, right. Lionel smiled. The depth of complexity was so great that even after that session, Lionel felt that he had only touched the tip of the iceberg. The way force interacted with regular bow force versus natural bow force versus enlightened bow force varied so wildly that Lionel had to prepare separate calculations for each. Then there was the matter of considering the atmosphere he was in, the kind of force his enemy was proficient in, and even how fast or slow his opponent was breathing. If Lionel wanted to be as accurate as he normally was with normal arrows, he had to take even the tiniest detail into account. Lionel was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even realize that the crowd released a deafening cheer when he stepped onto the arena. They were so excited by the next matchup that they let it all out. Right, I didn't check. Lionel rose his head to look at the billboard, but his eyes caught sight of something that made him realize there was no point. Before him, a beauty holding a mask in one hand and a battle axe in the other stood. Aina met Lionel's placid gaze with her own cool amber one. The delicate sculpting of her features revealed for all to see. No one knew why Aina had taken her mask off, but Lionel had a few guesses. Either way, she crushed the mask between the squeeze of her long and slender fingers, a bloodthirsty, killing intent hanging around her. The shards of the mask falling to the ground seemed to be the signal for the battle's start. Aina's force became like a towering pillar of crimson, the quantity and quality being so much that it felt like the entire arena would collapse. Even before she moved, the stage beneath their feet shattered like an egg, making it difficult to tell just where it began and just where it ended. Lionel found himself falling as the platform collapsed, his feet still beneath him as his gaze remained locked onto his opponent. Bang! Aina accelerated forth. Her speed was so blazing that it put Scylla to shame. The difference might as well have been night and day. Her long black hair fluttered to her back. Her amber irises glowed with a fierce gold. The stride of her long legs and the tone of her powerful torso winding up as she raised her battle axe. The shimmering blade reflected the sun's light as she chopped down toward Lionel's head. In what felt like the blink of an eye, she had already appeared before him, her strength causing the arena to tremble and quake. Bang! She sliced down with all of her might. Ornic's expression changed. Protection. The billboard in the skies hurriedly glowed, sending out a wave of force that protected and reinforced the surroundings. A blade force shot through the earth, rising like a wall of dividing light and continuing to the point it crashed against the spectator stands. Screams of horror and fear resounded as the golden barrier quaked, threatening to crack beneath the pressure and collapse entirely. The strength was absolutely unfathomable. If Orinic hadn't reacted so quickly, it was impossible to tell just what would have happened to the arena. Numerous gazes landed on the collapsed stage, no one caring for even a moment about the other battles that had been forced to stop amidst all the commotion. But what they saw when the smoke cleared was something they would have never expected to see. Their goddess had her head buried into a man's chest, uncaring for his bloody and sweaty mess of a ripped shirt. She wrapped her arms around him so tightly that it seemed as though she was scared he would disappear. A hushed silence fell over the arena. Chapter 1194. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 9:15 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 1194. Thoughtful words. 1. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1194. Thoughtful words. 1. The battle between Lionel and Aina wasn't even meant to occur so quickly. As two undefeated participants, their turn should have been delayed as much as possible. But due to how poor Lionel had looked in his battle with Isaac, and the fact Isaac himself was also undefeated for the time being, despite winning, Lionel lost priority to the Arundo family heir. The result of these series of events was this battle occurring a lot earlier than anyone could have expected. But even then, no one could have expected a fight with such an explosive start could end like this. First, some held the hope that maybe Aina was using some sort of bear hug attack. As for why she would do such a thing when she had an enormous battle axe at her disposal, who knew? But when it came to matters of fandoms and unrequited love, people were willing to believe the most ridiculous of things. But it soon became apparent that this wasn't what was happening at all. No one knew what to do. The other battles had come to a grinding halt. The audience's attention was entirely on the duo, and even Orinic had no idea what he's supposed to do to. Shit. And here I thought, because that Viola family was wiped out, she would be easy pickings. Ganner mumbled beneath his breath. Even when the Void Palace was taken into account, Ganner could only think of maybe 2 or 3 beauties on the level of Aina, and each of them was far beyond his reach. He was starting to regret having volunteered to come to this place. There was nothing but disappointment around every corner. If Aina was untalented, he might still be able to do something. But for what it seemed from her previous battles, one of those golden tokens was almost guaranteed to be for her. If it wasn't certain before, that attack, just now, practically set it in stone. Wait, this is a huge scandal, isn't it? Ganner suddenly began to laugh. That Richard guy said she was his fiancée. Then that Miguel guy went to save her, and there's a bunch of rumors going around about that. But now she's hugging a third guy on stage. Fuck, this is more entertaining than watching these weaklings battle. Ganner slapped his armrest, finally sitting up for the first time. All he lacked was a bucket of popcorn. Orinic couldn't help but roll his eyes. The mighty Void Palace's selection had turned into a soap opera, and this guy was just eating it up. Where was the dignity and pride he should have had as a disciple of the strongest organization of the human domain? Orinic didn't seem to notice that while he was shaking his head, his eyes, too, hadn't left the scene before him. Orinic and Ganner weren't the only ones with their own reactions. When it came to the geniuses of Earth, not to mention Savon, Yuri, and Meal, they were all stunned. Even Lionel's grandmother wasn't sure of how she should be reacting. She felt like she was in the middle of a teenage drama she was about 200 years too old for. Well, she's very beautiful. But what about her character? My grandson doesn't seem to be very happy with her. What do I do? Rosia felt the need to remind her grandson that when a man draws a boundary, he should keep it, or else his woman would never respect him the way that she should. However, she felt that it wasn't her place to overstep again. She still felt like she was walking on eggshells around her grandson, scared to push him away. It was the kind of thing that could only be solved with time and patience. No matter how much Lionel said it wasn't a big matter, Rosia still felt the need to only slowly integrate herself. As for Lionel's brothers, they were stuck between deciding whether they should be high-fiving or preparing for the next World War. When it came to the women, their eyes glowed as though they were watching a great romance unfold before them, their hearts fluttering as they wondered when they too would meet the man of their dreams. Savon and Yuri looked toward one another. They felt that Aina had way too many surprises in store for them. Neither of them had ever expected things to go down this route. They had spent the last couple days with Aina, but she seemed to be no different from the Aina they had known long before her personality was taken away from her. It was difficult to tell what had changed or what was truly going on in her mind. In that time, they had all dodged the issue of Lionel not wanting to hurt Aina, and Aina herself never brought him up, so they had never gotten an accurate read on what her thoughts were. In fact, now that they thought about it, Aina should have figured out that Lionel was in her group a while ago. They had been preparing for their own battles so much that they hadn't picked up on these tiny details, but she most definitely had. This should mean that this matter was likely planned by her. She had wanted to do this from the very beginning. But what exactly would the result be? Neil himself watched on with a complicated expression. This was his daughter, his little girl. Every father would feel some hesitation when it came to trusting their children in choosing their partners for a lifetime. For Neil, it was especially difficult because he knew everything that Aina had gone through. After all, much of it was his fault to begin with. He knew that his daughter had had her first boyfriend while he was away, but this was the first time he had laid eyes on the young man while knowing that he was the boyfriend in question. He couldn't help but stare at Lionel's face for a very long time, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. Aina, though, didn't seem to care about the eyes and ears and everyone else. In her world, there was no one else but her and the young man before her. She controlled her breathing, taking in his scent and trying not to allow the wave of familiarity and comfort to overwhelm her emotions. When she finally settled the violent trembling of her throat, she began to speak words she had thought about endlessly over the last several days. "I'm sorry." Chapter 1195. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 9:15 and 52 seconds a.m. Chapter 1195. Thoughtful words, 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1195. Thoughtful words, 2. The voice was soft, but there were too many strong individuals in attendance for it not to be hard. But once again, it was as though Aina couldn't be bothered to care. Usually, it was always Lionel putting up sound barriers, making the two of them invisible. Aina didn't know how to communicate silently, nor did she care to. "I know the words don't mean much, but I still wanted to say them. I know that I hurt you. I was so worried about protecting myself and putting up barriers so I wouldn't have to suffer pain again that I put the only man I cared about in harm's way. There's nothing that I can say to change what I've already done, but I still want to say these things. No matter how this ends, the one thing I don't want you to think is that I don't care for you. In fact, I care for you so much that I often don't know what to do with myself. It controls so much of my day, takes up so much of my mind, and yet I've never really told you." Aina squeezed Lionel hard, her eyes squeezing shut. PN 0L. She could remember all the times that Lionel had shown her care and affection, how much effort he had put into chasing her for so long, and how persistent he was in making sure that she was always happy. There was never anything that Lionel did that hurt her that was done with another choice at hand, and even the things that did leave her shambles were actions he took that were for her benefit. Ultimately, he had wanted to protect her. But how much had she protected him? Aina could think of so many times Lionel's care for her was clear and obvious, but when she placed the same scope on herself, why was it that she couldn't do the same? What did she give him? Her body? Was that all she could do to show her affection? What then was different from her compared to any other woman? Oh, but when Aina recalled her memories, remembering the ups and downs of their relationship, she realized that it wasn't that she hadn't done anything. It was rather that she was so focused on barring herself from the world that the things she had done might as well have not been done at all. I'm not very good at speaking about how I feel, but I want to become better at it, even if it's embarrassing. Aina grit her teeth. These were things she never thought she would tell Lionel, things she thought she would take with her to the grave. However, faced with the idea of losing Lionel forever and realizing that maybe she might never have another chance like this, she had resolved herself to do it. And there was no person better for her to lean on while she did so than the man she had before her now. The reason she had attacked so viciously at the beginning, the reason why she had made it look like she was going to strike all out, was because this was the only way she could make certain that Lionel wouldn't dodge out of the way. It sounded ridiculous when you said it like that. After all, she was attacking him. Why wouldn't he move? But Aina knew Lionel very well. She knew him so well that she was certain that he'd be able to read the trajectory of her attack, even when no one else could. Aina understood where Lionel's headspace was at right now. He probably wanted nothing to do with her. If she tried to hug him normally, it would have never worked. She had to catch him off guard. It was ironic, but only with his support could she speak these words. Because without him, she felt lost and alone. I like you from the first time we met. You always had a bright smile, and everyone seemed to gravitate toward you. I couldn't really understand because your status was so much lower than theirs. Those noble kids like to snub their nose at everything, but you seem to always be able to get past those barriers. When you confessed to me a few days later, I was immediately overwhelmed. Embarrassment wasn't an emotion I think I had ever felt in life up until that point. But for some reason, meeting gazes with you for the first time snapped something into place within me, and it was as though I could finally feel within the normal range of what a person should. When Aina began, she seemed to still be hesitant and slow. But as she continued, her words flowed much smoother and faster. It became easier as she continued, as though it truly was just her and Lionel. I really wanted to say yes. It was my first instinct. I didn't think about anything else, and it was at the tip of my tongue. But my body shut down, and I forgot how to think. I was too embarrassed to even respond, so I ran away instead. And after running away the first time, for some reason, it only became harder and harder to say the word I wanted to from the very beginning. I began to make excuses and focus more and more on the very goal I had had from the very beginning. Revenge for my mother was too important to me to consider other things, or at least that's what I convinced myself of. And maybe it was one part true, but after seeing your talent, it became nothing more than an excuse I told myself to not be forced to confront it. Instead of facing my feelings, I hid from them and they began to pop up in the worst of ways. Sometimes it was benign, but other times it became very dangerous. I almost reached a point where I didn't care about anything else, so long as I could satisfy myself in these small ways no one else would ever know about. And it all started with my hair. Chapter 1196. Published at 2nd of September, 2022, 9:15 and 50 seconds a.m. Chapter 1196. Thoughtful words. 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1196. Thoughtful words. 3. It started off fairly innocent. I like to learn things about you and found methods of doing so. I couldn't go to your games because they were often at night, and there was a small period of time between classes and curfew I could use to train. But I always watched the live streams. During one of your post-game interviews, the interviewer asked you whether you preferred girls with short or long hair. I remember not liking the question. Shouldn't she have been asking you about football? And why was she so flirty? But I distinctly remember you saying long hair. Back then, I remember being traumatized and I agonized over it for several days. A part of me thought you just answered randomly because the interviewer made you uncomfortable. But another part of me couldn't help but look in the mirror, hating my short hair. I always found long hair to be annoying. It also got in the way. It took way too long to dry after a shower, and whenever I trained, I had to make extra care not to let it get tangled or caught by an opponent. But after that day, I couldn't bring myself to cut it anymore. Aina thought too highly of Lionel's opinion. Even if it was a joke, even if it was an offhanded comment to get the interviewer off of his back, she still did it at a great inconvenience to herself. She had always been about optimizing her training, but for the first time in her life, she chose to do something decidedly against her philosophy, just for the small chance at making Lionel happy. She lost count of the number of times she had done exactly that. She stopped wearing tomboyish clothes and started wearing dresses to school. She began to worry about her appearance a lot, even changing the settings of the mask that hid her scars to a slightly more beautiful setting. She even remembered regretting choosing a setting that was so normal when she could have made herself the most beautiful girl in school with the change of a few settings. These were all small and petty things she did for herself that no one could ever prove otherwise. They were all small and under the table, and many of them happened over such a long course of time that Lionel would have never thought that he was the trigger for any of it. Many would have thought that Aina was simply growing up, sliding into her feminine charms more as she matured, just like every other little girl did. How many young girls were boorish tomboys in their youth, only to become prim and proper young ladies when they grew? It wasn't a rare thing at all, but Aina was practically going against everything she was just to fit into an archetype she wasn't even sure that Lionel liked. She couldn't talk to him outside a classroom setting without her brain turning into a bonfire, so all she could do was pick up hints and clues from his passerby conversations with his friends and the tidbits she grasped from interviews. She built an entire persona, a woman that wasn't even truly herself, just to make Lionel happy. And the sad part? He had already liked her. He had already said as much. In fact, he told her almost every day, without reserve and without the slightest hint of embarrassment. I remember every time you confessed, I could recall them all. And each time, I respected you so much more, liked you so much more, because you could do exactly what I seemed to have no ability to do. Express your feelings as openly and honestly as you want to. Aina poured out her soul. She didn't hide even the most embarrassing things she had done, like the time she painted the nails on one hand blue and the other violet, and tried to see which one Lionel noticed because she couldn't figure out which was his favorite color. Or the time she did hanging drills at the end of her training, hoping she would lengthen her spine during the period she thought Lionel might like taller girls. Or that time she spent practically all the money she had earned during one of her summer internships on a jersey signed by Lionel that, to this day, sat in a corner of her spatial ring. A jersey she never thought would ever see the light of day. She spilled practically everything a young and naive girl would do for the sake of her crush. Except the difference was that normally nobody else but her should have been aware of this obsession. But she revealed it all without holding back, as though she was truly scared that Lionel wouldn't understand just how much she cared. I did all of these things, but I could never take the final step. And I knew that I was running out of time. That day was coming, and afterward, I didn't know if I would ever see you again. It was one of the greatest regrets of my life, not being able to drum up the courage to explain things to you. Aina wasn't wrong to feel so guilty. In her worldview, Lionel was of common birth, and his gene analysis exam was also unimpressive. By all rights, he shouldn't have been a talent of any kind, and he would likely be among the very first to die during the metamorphosis. Aina's own crippling anxiety led her to the point where she chose her own comfort over potentially saving the life of the young man she had pined over for 4 years already. It was then that she should have realized just how much of a problem her own emotions were becoming. It was then she should have realized that she was letting something other than her reason dictate her actions. But by then, it was already too late. I was racked with guilt, and I couldn't even look you in the eye. Things only became worse after the first trial, and my benign actions became decidedly less so. Chapter 1197. Back when the metamorphosis first descended, Lionel remembered thinking that this was really the end, and that this would really be how he died. He had already concluded that the Paradise Islands had fallen and his father was dead, and now he was certain that he would follow not long afterward. In those moments, he felt lost and alone. He remembered the only thing he had wanted in those final seconds he thought he had was for Aina to look at him, to just spare him one glance as that portal-like wormhole approached them. He remembered feeling as though his heart was being stabbed through, because even then, even when there was nothing else to live for, the girl he had chased for 4 years didn't even want to look at him. Even now, he could remember how each individual strand of her hair had fallen to the back of her head before he was sucked away and completely lost consciousness. However, what he hadn't known was that Aina didn't look him in the eye because she couldn't. In those moments, she thought that Lionel was dead, that she would never see him again. It hurt for Aina to admit any of this, but she gritted her teeth and did so anyway. She felt that she had to. When I saw you came out alive, I was the happiest I had been in a long time. But I felt that I didn't deserve you. I had done such a horrible thing all, because I couldn't open my mouth to speak, so I did something I thought would make you hate me. And I killed Conrad in the most gruesome way possible. Even now, Aina could remember Lionel's smile, fading from its usual bright ray of sunshine. That was the moment the thing she did for Lionel became twisted and dark, so much so that she had a hard time even looking at herself. I realized soon after that what I did was wrong. You had been going through a tough time back then, adjusting to a new world. And instead of supporting you like I should have, I gave you another dose of trauma. Aina didn't realize how bad it was until Lionel went out to fight those great invalids all on his own. He was suicidal, and it was her who had pushed him to that point. Visit. For a better user experience, of course, this wasn't true. Lionel had also let himself be killed by that Mayan girl, his guilt having become far too much. But this wasn't something Aina learned until much later, so the guilt of pushing the man she cared for to such a point weighed on her even heavier. And now, she had almost caused Lionel's death not just once, but twice. Luckily, I was able to find you before things got any worse. But I still couldn't open my mouth to say anything. When those bandits came to take advantage of how tired you were, and I saw how angry you got when they disrespected me, even to the point of not caring about the deaths and killing them directly, one part of me felt happier than she ever had, but another part only felt even more guilty. Me, being the idiot that I am, instead of expressing that in words, punched you in the chest to wake you up from your anger. I was just so mad that you kept putting others before yourself, that you kept putting me, a woman who didn't deserve your care or affection, before yourself. Aina bit down on her lip hard, as she brought herself to parts of her planned words that were the hardest to say. Even compared to the others, she found that she was almost dying on the inside piece by piece as she said them. But she refused to repeat her past mistakes. Aina took a deep breath. Your memory is very good, so I'm sure you remember the Joan of Arc zone we entered. Back then, I didn't know what to do, and I felt like I was making mistake after mistake. Not even the small kinds of mistakes, the kinds of mistakes that you couldn't take back and you would regret for a lifetime. But to the me of back then, the appearance of that zone was like a heaven-sent opportunity. Despite the fact I knew it was an 8-person limit, I lied to you and said that it was 2. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel remembered this especially well. He remembered Uncle Montez telling him that maybe the easiest thing for a scanning device to do was set the entry limit. It might make a mistake in deciding exactly what the quests and main mission were, but it would never make a mistake in something so fundamental and easy to measure. Lionel had already concluded back then that Aina lied to him, but he didn't mind. The time they spent in the zone had brought them closer together, and he had already put his rose-tinted glasses back on. He had also learned about her family back then, so he had assumed that she wanted to gather more treasures to get stronger, faster. But he had never thought that the truth was, I wanted to spend time with you. I didn't know how to make it happen, but this was the very first chance we seemed to have. I never seemed to have trouble talking with you in class about work-related things, so I thought that if we had a task to finish together, it would be easier for me to finally speak with you. And I was right. We grew a lot closer, but I still felt a heavy amount of guilt. This was something I ran from for a long time. Even when we fought against the Royal Blue Fort together, and you teleported me away, the fear of being found out by you fueled my anxiety even more, and it made me shut down the possibility of coming back. I didn't trust you with my burdens. I didn't tell you the truth about a lot of things. I couldn't even bring myself to explain how I almost died at the puppet master's hands. But it was never your fault. It was always mine. I didn't trust you because I couldn't even trust myself. I made so many mistakes, hurt you in so many ways. Aina finally couldn't hold back her tears. They began to drench Lionel's chest like a flood. Visit. For the best no_NG experience. I'm sorry, Lionel. Please let me make it up to you. I'll spend the rest of my life doing so, if that's what it takes. I love you. Aina gripped the back of Lionel's shirt hard, pushing out those final words with all the strength she could muster. She struggled to clear her gaze, looking up with what little stamina she had left. It was like explaining all of these things had left her beaten and battered, her heart itself being covered in bruises of blue, green, purple, and the deepest of blacks. But what she saw when her head looked up left her breathless, as though she had been knocked down once again, her barely paused tears coming back in a second torrent. However, this stream seemed far from finishing. Those indifferent pale violet eyes looked down at her. They didn't carry hatred or malice. It was almost as though they were gazing upon a stranger, a person of times long since past, a woman it had no feelings for. And then, his lips moved. So what? Author's note. Fuck. I had to binge so much Andrew Tate to type out those last two words. I need a cleanse. I'm gonna go hit the gym hard, then drown myself to sleep. Until tomorrow, lads. Cries why Lionel. Why visit? For a better _user experience. Chapter 1198. Aina felt a crushing feeling in her chest, her vision going dark for a moment. She wasn't quite sure how to breathe or even think any longer. Her hands slipped from Lionel, her arms no longer seeming to have the strength to hold on. Her knees grew weak, and an imbalance she would have easily been able to correct in her peak condition was her undoing. She fell to her, but her vision blurred and her mind foggy. The wind seemed to be sucked out of the arena, a response no one could have expected falling to their ears. However, the silence that followed didn't last very long at all. "It'll kill you." The enraged roar shook the arena even more violently than anything Aina could have done. The golden barrier of force directly shattered in one location, forming an enormous hole as a streak of crimson tore a path out from it, the furious howl of a father penetrating the skies. Lionel didn't even have the time to turn his head in that direction. All he could do was stir his lineage factor, his bronze runes vibrating to life in full force, and a halo wafting with violet fog appearing above his head. Bang! The fist threatened to collapse an entire side of Lionel's face. Visit. For a better _user experience, the skin of Lionel's cheek splintered, the bone beneath cracking, and his eye on that side went completely blind. His body went limp for a moment, his brain rattling around his skull like an unleashed ping-pong ball before he shot out from his position like a speeding bullet. The wind howled and whistled, much of what remained of Lionel's shirt shearing apart beneath the pressure. Before Lionel even landed at his new location, Meal violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. But he completely ignored the feeling of his inner organs shearing to pieces as he prepared to launch an even more powerful attack. Much of his momentum and force had been dissipated by the golden barrier, and his own injuries, which had yet to heal, definitely didn't help. But all he could see was red. If he didn't kill this boy right here and now, he wouldn't know what to do with himself. Bang! Lionel crashed into the golden barrier, his entire body suddenly becoming racked by a wave of pain. Wave after wave surged through him as he felt his bones snap one after another. Even after using his runes to disperse the impact and spread it throughout himself, The result was just more of his body being torn apart. His one good eye, however, continued to look forward, a frosty light hidden within them as they watched Meal preparing to jump forward one more time. The look within those pale violet depths could only be described as malevolent, a smoldering abyssal valley of darkness and destruction. Even as Lionel coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, it never wavered. Visit. For the best experience, just as Meal was about to bound forward one more time, though an almost shrieking shout called out, stopping him in his tracks. Stop! Stop it right now. Aina's voice caught Meal completely off guard. The fury in his gaze hadn't even waned in the slightest, even meeting Lionel's cold gaze over a distance of several hundred meters. He wanted nothing more than to tear this boy limb from limb. If you hurt him again, he'll never forgive you. Aina spoke with what strength she had left. Please take me away. I don't want to be here anymore. Lionel slid down from the golden barrier, a few cracks quickly mending in his wake. An entire side of his face had become a swollen monstrosity, but the other side maintained a cold indifference that continued to meet Meal's gaze. Meal's body shook with rage, but when he felt his daughter weakly tugging at his robes, he couldn't help but feel his own heart breaking. There was no rage worth leaving his daughter in this state. He turned his gaze from Lionel, sweeping his daughter into his arms. He sent a glance backward, the crimson in his eyes glowing and his flowing red hair seemingly having become a raging dragon of its own. The oppressive atmosphere in the air seemed to grow palpable. It only became more so after Meal reached out a hand, causing the Brazinger family's heirloom to snap into his palm. In those moments, it felt like the reappearance of a warlord. There was no doubt that had Meal had this blade in his hand, he could have single-handedly wiped the Viola family from existence. Visit. For a better user experience with a step, he vanished from his location, shooting through the rapidly closing gap in the barrier. Lionel could feel his face and body healing exceptionally slowly. There was no doubt in his mind that this was simply the difference between being attacked by a being in the same dimension as you versus one in a higher dimension. Despite the fact most of Meal's strength had been dispersed by the barrier and the fact he was heavily injured, Lionel had still ended up like this. A chorus of boos began to rain down from above. If it wasn't for the barriers, there would likely be a lot of things thrown in Lionel's direction as well. But his gaze continued looking ahead in the same direction, as though Meal was still standing in the same spot. The rage of the crowd only grew with each passing moment. They vented all their fury and frustration. When what Lionel did sunk in, it became almost feral. Lionel, though, couldn't seem to hear any of it. He had an anger bubbling up within him, but he didn't know where it was coming from. He thought that maybe it was because of Meal, but with his impeccable memory, he knew that this anger had been bubbling within him even before Aina's father's outburst. No matter how hard he thought, putting every single one of his split minds to work, he couldn't understand why, and it only made him angrier. Fuck. Lionel's shout was sudden and completely unexpected, drowning out the crowd as though they weren't even there. The barrier to his back shattered, and soon after, he vanished, leaving the arena entirely. The latest _relevant Corsodies are on website. Chapter 1199. Lionel's fists fell like a torrential storm. He stood within a cave carved by his own fists, his rage only seeming to become worse with each passing moment. Lionel couldn't ever remember being this absolutely furious before. Every time he tried to consider why that was, he just couldn't pinpoint it, and it fueled his tirade even more. A violent crimson aura hung around him, suffocating his violet fog. The killing intent was so thick and viscous that even the sixth-dimensional creatures in the surroundings didn't dare to get close. Bang! 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 Blood flew from Lionel's fists and his lips, his body having come nowhere close to healing from Meal's strike. To make matters worse, the mountains of planet Montax were known for their hardness, even to the point they could grow to a height of piercing into space without faltering. Yet, Lionel's fists kept wailing, a harsh and grating whistle emitting from them every time he slammed forward. It was stupid. It was all so stupid. That was the perfect opportunity to use the spider construct on her father, yet he missed it. She was a warrior, maybe even more powerful than himself, yet he had turned her away. Her words had been sincere, and even if he didn't care for them, shouldn't he have at least respected them? Visit. For a better user experience, he couldn't think clearly. His mind was covered in a haze, and he couldn't line up his beliefs properly. He was absolutely furious, but he didn't even have a target. He simply kept punching the walls of these mountains. His lungs were screaming, his limbs were on fire, and his bones couldn't even properly heal under the strain he was putting them under. The cave only grew deeper and deeper. Lionel was absolutely relentless, and he didn't even seem to show any signs of slowing down. But while his mind was at one gear, his body was at a completely different one. No matter how much fuel his mind had, his body wasn't in a state where it could keep up. Bang! Lionel's mind tried to pull his body along, forcing it to break into Tier 4. But that was when he rammed into a wall. His feet faltered, his fist missing the wall before him, and his body falling to his knees. He tried to stand, but it all suddenly hit him like a ton of bricks. Breathing felt like he was swallowing hot coals, and his blood rushed through his body like molten metal. He coughed and wheezed, mouthfuls of blood and pieces of flesh coming from his lips. Lionel's vision swam, but his mind was still in overdrive. After receiving so much rest over the past few days, it had far too much energy. Even if he wanted to pass out, he couldn't do it, let alone the fact he wanted to continue furiously swinging his fists. The latest Corsodies are on the website. It was right at that moment that he suddenly felt a palm touch his back. Even in the state his mind was in, he hadn't been able to sense anything before it approached. His head snapped backward, but when he saw what was behind him, his mind went completely blank. It was a woman he had impossibly clear memories of. Those twinkling emerald eyes were all too familiar, filled with warmth and unconditional affection. The cave Lionel's fists had excavated already traveled more than 100 meters in, shrouding everything in complete darkness. And yet, her light smile radiated a light of its own. Eleanor kneeled by her son's side, her brows furrowed in worry. She had been fretting over every tiny detail about how she would face her son again, but in the end, her motherly instinct won out. Even if Lionel hated her, she couldn't continue to watch out without doing anything. Seeing the violent aura around her son and the deep crimson taking over his irises, she couldn't help but react this way. What she had never expected, though, was for that violent crimson to vanish almost the instant he laid eyes on her, his eyes even watering. "Mom, visit." For the best known experience, all the reflexes in the world couldn't have prepared Eleanor. She found her son's arms being tightly wound around her, causing her to enter a state of shock for a long while. But soon after, she was on cloud 9. Not only had her son recognized her instantly, he didn't seem angry in the slightest. There wasn't even a bit of hesitation in him at all. Eleanor wrapped her arms around her son. Feeling the state of his body, she nearly couldn't hold back her own tears. When it came to how Eleanor and Velasco wanted to raise their son, they were practically at two opposite sides of the aisle. Velasco would let Lionel jump into a vat of boiling oil, even if he knew it was a mistake. He thought that Lionel needed to grow on his own. Even when it came to the treasures he left behind for Lionel, all of them could only slowly unlock their potential under Lionel's own efforts. Eleanor, though, would lock Lionel away in a safe room with padded cushions for walls if she could have. The treasures she gave Lionel were instantly valuable and far beyond what even most large families would give their children. If they saw their son in such a state, Velasco would probably force Lionel to heal on his own. Eleanor, though, couldn't possibly wait for such a thing and instantly began to use her snow force on him. Meal's influence vanished like a fragrance in the wind, Lionel's body quickly returning to its peak state in just a few breaths of time. However, his grip on his mother only tightened. The latest in her score of Corsodies are on her ska. Website. Eleanor sighed, rubbing her son's back. Though there was a silence between them, Eleanor could feel the heaviness of Lionel's spirit. Eleanor might not have been there, but she had still watched her son grow up. She knew well that even when Lionel lost his temper, this wasn't how he reacted. "Do you regret it?" Eleanor finally asked. Chapter 1200. Lionel didn't answer for a very long time. For a moment, Eleanor began to worry about the same thing her own mother had. Had she been away from Lionel's life for too long to be able to ask such a question? Should she have waited longer? But the result wasn't what she thought it would be. "I regret how I did it." Lionel's voice was still somewhat hoarse. When he pulled back from his mother's embrace and leaned back against the walls of the cave he had created, a flickering sort of indecision was still within his gaze. He still couldn't understand. "How you did it?" Eleanor probed. Despite her streak as a clean freak, something she seemed to have only passed on to her son in part. If it was for Lionel, she didn't mind sitting on these dirty floors. There was no need to be so cruel. "I don't know why I did that." The words came out before I could even control them. I just don't think I want to be with her anymore and didn't want to give her an opportunity. But I should have figured out another way." "You don't." Eleanor looked deeply at her son. Lionel's rage seemed to be fueled by something other than what he said, but she couldn't tell exactly what that was. That said, his statement was as clear as day. "Visit. For a better user experience, my mind is too clear and my path is too straight without her. I've made more progress in just a few days than I used to make in months. My head used to be filled with thoughts of her, and even the lens I saw the world through is filtered through her first. But when I let go, everything improved. And that's what you want? To follow your path over everything else? It's not what I want. It's what needs to happen." Lionel closed his eyes. "This world is filled with nothing but trash. Maybe I was angry because today I became one of them." Eleanor's expression softened even more considerably than it did before, her finger gliding over her son's forehead and fixing the sweaty strands of his hair. "And what is your goal?" "To unite the dimensional verse," Lionel said softly. Eleanor's heart skipped a beat. Even with his eyes closed, Eleanor could sense the determination of her son. "It's quite stupid, isn't it?" "That's what you said, anyway," Lionel continued. "But maybe it is. I left the arena today, even though I know how important getting into the Void Palace is, and I don't even feel like appearing for the third day of the selections. Not that they would even allow me to make it past." Lionel felt like an idiot. His mistakes compounded. Now he had let himself down, and he couldn't even enter the Void Palace anymore. Great on his part, really. Top tier. "Visit. For the best known experience," Eleanor smiled and shook her head. Her son was clearly still unaware that the tokens were all in her hands. She flipped over a palm, and a gem of shimmering amethyst appeared. It was carved into the shape of a coin the size of a palm. On its body, a dark and brooding palace could be seen. Lionel's eyes snapped open. He could feel a strong might coming from the token, a might that could only come from a higher dimensional material. Just looking at it, it was at least on the same level as the memory or Uncle Montez had given him, if not beyond. This is the amethyst token. Mom can give it to you, but you have to promise not to tell your father. Head throw a fit. Lionel was stunned for a moment before he began to laugh. His laugh was in one part ironic, another part because he truly found the situation to be funny, and a final part sad. This world was truly unfair. Who knew how many were risking their lives for a chance to grasp this amethyst token? Yet his mother was handing it to him without him having proved anything. Did Lionel think he could get the token on his own? Yes, but it didn't make a difference to him at all. After all, even if he did earn it the normal way, he would have to rely on talent he was lucky to be born with to do so anyway. Of course, Eleanor didn't care about all of that. She wasn't exactly sane when it came to matters related to her son. Maybe the only reason Meal still had a head on his shoulders was because Eleanor's heart softened for that little girl. But even then, she didn't reprimand her son. Luckily, it seemed that Lionel was aware of his own mistakes. Visit. For a better underscore user experience, Lionel took the token, moving it between his fingers. It carried a great heft to it. Can you give this to her? Lionel asked. Eleanor blinked. Are you sure? Every representative is only given a single one. Even I can't get you a second. The advantage of having one is very great. One of my regrets is that I wasn't patient enough for my true talent to awaken and couldn't get one myself. Lionel shook her head. She deserves at least this much for an apology. Revenge for her mother is very important to her, and her luck is less than that of mine. I have you and Dad, but well, anyway, a gold token is enough for me. Eleanor smiled, a hint of sadness in her eyes. This wasn't because Lionel had turned down her goodwill, but because she could hear the affection in her son's voice, and it most definitely wasn't aimed toward her. However, Eleanor also understood from her own experience with relationships that no outside party could ever force anything to happen. She would have to wait for Lionel to figure it out himself, and she hoped that it wouldn't be too late for him by then. I guess that little girl isn't so bad. Maybe I can help her out a little bit. On another side of Planet Montex, Aina sat in silence, her tears having dried. She looked off into the distance blankly, not even budging when she noticed Savon's presence behind her. Visit for the best no_villain experience. Chapter 12:01. Savon sat to Aina's side, silently slipping her hand into her friend's. She didn't say anything for a long time, just keeping Aina company. The small home they had rented had quite beautiful scenery around it. The air was fresh, and the view from the mountain was gorgeous. Whether it was cloud, bird, or sunset watching, it was perfect for them all. The two women sat on a terrace, taking in these sights. Savon had already made Meal promise to keep Yuri away. Maybe it was because it was the first time Savon had shown the smallest hint of a temper, but Meal only looked at her deeply before agreeing. As far as Savon was concerned, Yuri was the worst possible influence for Aina right now. In truth, Savon wasn't sure if she'd be a good influence either, because she was very, very angry with Lionel as well. But she still felt that it was better than whatever Yuri would have done. Just the same way Meal had wanted to kill Lionel, Yuri definitely had wanted to do the same. It was just that she was a step slow, and she couldn't have possibly broken through the barrier without revealing her true strength, something her adoptive father always drilled in her not to do. Thank you, Savon, Aina said lightly. Savon blinked. For what? For always being there for me. I don't know how I can repay you, but I definitely will. As much as I owed him, I owe you just the same. I'm sorry for waiting so long to tell you that. Savon's gaze misted over, her tears threatening to fall. But she quickly wiped them away with her free forearm. You're the closest thing I have to family left. Savon said softly. You don't need to apologize to me. You're my sister. Visit. For a better underscore user experience, the two women tightly held onto one another. Are you doing okay? Savon broke the silence. Aina smiled a bittersweet smile. He'll be fine. I hurt him, and he hurt me. Now we're even. Savon frowned. She didn't like hearing things put like that. A bit of the anger she had built up for Lionel almost spilled over, but she managed to control herself. In the end, she sighed. Even if you made a mistake, that doesn't mean you have to become a punching bag. Aina's expression softened, her smile becoming small. I was thinking about how hard it was for him all these years. There's only so much I can remember by thinking back. I don't have his memory. The stuff I spoke about only scratched the surface. I don't think I was worth all the effort he put in, but I still made him wade through hell and high water when I could have solved it all just by opening my mouth. Savon's gaze flickered, her expression changing from time to time before she finally asked the question. You still want to be with him, right? I do. Savon hadn't expected Aina to answer so quickly. Visit. For the best no_FNG experience, it was weird. Savon had actually come with the intentions of talking Aina down. Though she was angry with Lionel, she still felt like the two were a match made in heaven. She didn't want to see them crumble because of a single heated exchange. But, at the same time, She didn't want Aina to take this matter too casually either, which was why she had responded like she had. Aina had seen her faults and apologized for them. If Lionel wasn't able to forgive and forget, then there was no point in them moving forward at all. If one partner held onto something and refused to let go, there was simply no hope for a relationship at all. She didn't want to see Aina spend a lifetime making up for mistakes she had made as a naive teenage girl who didn't know how to approach her first love. Now, though it seemed like this second worry was going in full force, then what do you want to do about it? Savon asked. Aina's gaze turned misty. I don't know. I don't know what to do. At that moment, a flash of light appeared before the two women. Both Savon and Aina looked up somewhat stunned, finding it hard to believe what they were seeing before them. Savon never thought she would see a woman more beautiful than Aina. Of course, this was less about their raw features and more about a mature air and confidence that Aina just hadn't quite yet grasped. But it was a shocking realization nonetheless. As for Aina, she found herself suddenly feeling overwhelmingly self-conscious. She didn't know where to put her hands, and her gaze flickered several times as though she couldn't decide whether she should be looking down or meeting the gaze of the woman before her. Eleanor smiled, her visage seeming no different from an angel's to the two young girls. They suddenly felt as though they were looking upon an idol they could look up to for a lifetime. Eleanor crossed her legs, sitting on the ground across from the two women. But if you look closely, she was actually hovering a half-inch above it. Visit. For a better user experience, my son gets his airhead side from his father, Eleanor said with a light laugh. He wanted to apologize, but it seems he doesn't realize that he should do these kind of things in person. I'm sorry to say that my son also wanted to make it clear that this is just an apology, but Eleanor's words took Aina through a roller coaster of emotions. From figuring out that this was indeed Lionel's mother, to hearing that she was here to apologize, to understanding that it was just an apology, her mind felt like it was being punched from all sides. Here, an amethyst token appeared in Eleanor's palm. She grabbed Aina's hand and slipped it in, pressing down the latter's fingers over the token. Aina subconsciously squeezed it tight. By the time she realized what had happened, Eleanor had already helped her deal with loose strands of her hair and even straightened out her clothing before vanishing into thin air, leaving her in a daze. In the skies above, Eleanor watched on with a complicated expression. She remembered that just a day ago, she had really hated this little girl. But Aina's words today, and her willingness to bare her heart for all to see, had changed Eleanor's thoughts of her entirely. As many would say, winning over a mother-in-law was about as good as winning over a son. I've given you a key. You just have to figure out how to open the lock. She thought to herself. On planet Luxnix, a scene one would have never expected to see was taking place. If the Luxnix were aware of what was happening, it was hard to guess how many mouthfuls of blood they would cough up. While many of the Luxnix family's upper echelon was away at the second day of the selection, a boy stricken from their family records was standing in a vault that held their greatest treasures. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He couldn't decide whether his mother was a saint or a common thug. Chapter 12:02. Lionel had never seen such a vast store of wealth in his life. However, he didn't begin rushing about, snatching everything he could catch a glimpse of. He had been serious when he spoke to Elodie. As far as he was concerned, the Luxnix family was one of his starting assets. While it might seem great for him to plunder them now, the reality was that this would only harm him in the long run. Though no one had told him, he was certain that the other heirs were far ahead of himself. And even if the Luxnix family was willing to fully back him, that wouldn't go a very long way in changing his current state either. While it was true that the Luxnix had been hiding their true abilities and that they were actually beyond the Montex and Viola, by how much was that the case? At best, Lionel could figure that they were at or a step below the weakest seventh-dimensional families. Though that was a whole lot better than being just at the pinnacle of the sixth, it still wasn't nearly enough. One only need to look at the gap in Void Palace entries to see that Lionel was correct. The Luxniks only had a single entry above the nominal disciple ranks in their history. Granted, this was because they made the generation of Lionel's grandmother lay low. But even if they were taken into consideration, they would have at most had two more such entries, one for Roja and the other for Snowstar Order. However, if the conversation between Orinik and Ganner was anything to go by, even the decent talents of the Morales could get a slot so long as the right person gave the okay. The gap was simply far too enormous. After reaching a state of calm with this train of thought in mind, Lionel began to look around once more. Visit. For a better user experience, I only need a set of two things. I'm not sure if what I need for my second divine armor would be here, but if it is, that's excellent. As for the second matter, I will have 10 extra essences worth of fifth-dimensional evolution or after I finish. But I've yet to decide what to spend it on. During the last few days, the progress Lionel had made was enormous. He had already decided on the design and makeup of his second divine armor, and he had truly gone all out. The truth was that thanks to evolution, Lionel could continue to use his current divine armor all the way up until the quasi-sixth dimension without it holding him back too much. While using it for so long would multiply his power like it did in the past, it at least wouldn't be a hindrance. But due to the wealth his mother had left for him, Lionel realized that he didn't have to hope and pray to stumble upon the right ors any longer. He could just outright buy them. That said, why buy them if they were already here? He was just hoping that the Luxniks would have what he needed. Lionel was very much looking forward to the synergistic effects of two divine armors. It had to be remembered that Lionel's divine armors became a part of him. He couldn't just casually discard them. That was why building up an affinity through their use was possible. Visit. For a better user experience, his spatial affinity had managed to keep up with him through the fifth dimension because he used evolution ores, but it had already greatly weakened on his sixth-dimensional world. He wanted to see how it would evolve further with the stack of two armors. Still, the result of that was fairly predictable. The idea of what to use his other evolution ores on, though, that was a different matter entirely. Should I use it on a transportation treasure? The Void Palace is probably in a seventh-dimension environment, right? If I don't have sixth-dimensional transportation to use at the very last, moving might be difficult. I probably can't bring out or use the segmented cube so casually anymore over there. I could make something for Little Blackstar instead. The little guy is my strongest partner, and he was probably right to ask for me to make something for him. I've never forged for a beast before, but it shouldn't be too much different even if the shape composition is a bit odd, or maybe something for Vice and Candle. Lionel had stuck true to his word and allowed Vice and Candle to live their lives. Unsurprisingly, they had even more trouble ingratiating themselves than Elther, and they ultimately still ended up spending most of their time in the segmented cube. Visit. For a better user experience, Candle had a great amount of social anxiety, and Vice was still mirroring everything Candle did, taking her as a template to hide his real thoughts. Toward this, Lionel could only be helpless. He wasn't a psychologist, so he had no idea how to take steps forward. The Void Palace definitely has savants of its own, or maybe there's even a whole department of them. It would be greatly helpful to Candle and Vice to take part like that. But I also have a feeling that the Void Palace keeps a very tight leash on such powerful existences. Is it right to trust them? Lionel was conflicted. On one hand, he didn't trust the Void Palace at all. If there was anything the Dimensional Verse had taught him, it was that strength talked. If the Void Palace wanted to use savants, they had to make sure they didn't grow too powerful, a lot like Lionel had tried to do. On the other hand, though, Lionel knew that he was ill-equipped to even try. Maybe that's just a chance I'll have to take if I want them to live a normal life. Visit. For the best known experience, Lionel's thoughts and footsteps suddenly came to a grinding halt. After a moment, his gaze brightened and a grin spread across his lips. They really do have it here. Excellent. It seems the core of my second divine armor is decided. One more coming today. DKM love. Chapter 1203. The Lionel laid his eyes on an or that seemed to flicker between a crystalline blue and a deep abyssal black, depending on what angle you looked at it from. The container around it was made out of a very special six-dimensional glass material, and yet even it still fogged and allowed crystalline sheets of ice to form on it from time to time. While this might not seem like a big deal on the surface, it very quickly became one when one realized that this or was only of the fifth dimension. This or was known as dark ice. The description of this or was quite eerie. It was known for its ability to freeze over even space itself, causing reality to solidify before cracking it apart like glass. Lionel had been reminded of this or while watching Carolus fight. Carolus' space affinity ability was destructive, but it was a kind of beautiful demolition to watch in real time. When Lionel watched spiderwebs of space spread through Carolus' attacks, even while he did something like walking through the air, her felt his dreamscape tremble. When he connected that feeling to his memory of this, or something seemed to click into place, Lionel had already decided the path of his divine armors, and that was spatial affinity. The space element was far too versatile and useful to him. It was already too late to just pivot to another approach, just like how he couldn't just change the formula of his metal Bodis needs either. His path was set in stone. As such, Lionel could only build up from his current starting position. The problem was, he kind of regretted it. The spatial element had been greatly useful to Lionel. It was because of it that he was able to defeat the puppet master, someone far beyond him at the time, successfully. Since then, he had relied on it heavily, especially when he had to fight those stronger than himself. The latest Corsodies are on _the website. It was only recently, when Lionel began to battle six-dimensional existences and entered a six-dimensional world, that the spatial domain of his divine armor became useless. But observing Aina made Lionel realize that he was stretching himself too thin. He had too many strengths. He couldn't possibly maximize them all, at least not within a short time frame. He felt like what he should do is focus on his greatest strength, his innate node, and build everything around it. If Lionel could use his innate node freely and without consequences, he was certain that there might only be a handful of people capable of matching him at his dimension level, and all of these people would either have to have outstanding abilities or control over an innate node on the same level as himself. Lionel had already maximized his Metal Bodis Foundation to accelerate himself toward being able to use Scarlet Star Force freely. He used Star Core to build a sturdy base, and then he picked ores that maximized his ability to withstand forces of the light and fire elements. Lionel felt that he should have done the exact same with his divine armor, but he'd been too naive to think that he could have a little of everything, and it was causing his overall battle prowess to suffer. The bad news was that there was already no going back. Lionel couldn't just undo what he had done without causing great harm to himself. However, what he could do was pivot and begin to slowly build a counter to his problems. The solution Lionel landed upon was dark ice. Rather than damaging his foundation to restart, Lionel instead chose to build upon it and synergize with it in a way that would be conducive to his goal. As such, he turned toward that could both build upon his spatial affinity, but simultaneously deviate toward something that could help manage his innate node. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel chose to approach his problem from two sides. On one hand, his metal body would lay a strong foundation, growing steadier toward a day where it could withstand his scarlet innate node. On the other hand, his divine armor would begin to build a strong affinity toward the ice and water elements, not to mention the opposing darkness elements, to balance out the damage inevitably left behind. Lionel's ultimate goal was to build his final divine armor with the core of an element that stood on the same level as his Scarlet Star Force. Void Star Force. Top 10 in Star Forces. Top 3 in Darkness Forces. Top 1 in Water Forces. It would become the perfect counter to Lionel's Scarlet Star Force, and a divine armor constructed by it would complete the cycle Lionel had planned for him and maximize his strength to an extreme in the future. Of course, There were too many things Lionel had no idea how he would do. For example, was it even possible to make a force the core of his divine armor instead of an ore? Would he have to create a forging technique capable of infusing a force into a metal and changing its properties? Truthfully, he could already posit a few potential theories on how he would do this. But that still left the largest elephant in the room unquestioned. The latest course oddies are on the website. How the hell would he find Void Star Force to begin with? It didn't need to be explained just how rare forces on the level of Void and Scarlet Star Force were. Lionel could spend a lifetime looking and still never find it. Still, Lionel chose to push this away into the future. If anything, this was the least ambitious of his goals. If he could unite the dimensional verse, why would he fear finding the source of a single force? Lionel reached out his hand and grasped the Oregon. He didn't mind anything about the future as he stepped into his segmented cube. All he could see was his Force Crafter's bench, his mind enraptured by the designs swirling about his dream world. This would be his greatest craft to this day. His fingers crackled and popped, his gaze turning a frightening cold. And then he began. He had no idea that a certain bronze tablet in the Luxnix family's territory was glowing a shade brighter than it normally did. The latest sodies are on the website. Chapter 1204. Lionel's fingers glided through the air in a rhythmic motion. As the connection between himself and little Tali increased, he was able to exert more and more control without the use of these techniques. However, no matter how strong their connection became, there would never be a method more precise, accurate, and fast than this. Lionel's fingers didn't have the ability to break through the sound barrier of the sixth dimension, but this made his control even finer and more controlled. Without having to compensate for the changes caused by vast booms of pressure, Lionel found his skill to have reached another level entirely. Little Tali split into dozens of parts, each of which seemed to take turns of their own in listening to Lionel's commands. Ores of all shapes and sizes glided through the air, completely unobstructed by one another. Lionel's crafter's workbench vibrated to the rhythm of his movements. Above each semi-spherical well, a new environment was formed. In one section, one might find temperatures as high as the surface of a star of the third dimension. In another, it might be barely enough to boil third-dimensional waters. The rhythmic tapping of Lionel's foot seemed to control hidden force arts within his workbench, his mind tweaking and managing everything to the most perfect degree. Lionel had done a lot of training with this workbench to make it through his dad's program. But this was the very first time he had felt the need to use it. It can only be said that he was truly going all out. Hours ago, just after Lionel vanished in a rage, the arena fell into an odd sort of silence. Maybe the first to speak amongst it all was actually Ganner, but due to certain matters, the only ones to actually hear him were the envoys of the Void Palace along with Orinik. Visit. For the best noticeable under freedom of NG experience. Holy shit. Did you just see what I just saw? Ganner was absolutely speechless. Orinik slowly nodded, about to open his mouth when Ganner's next words cut him off. He actually turned down such a beauty, what the fuck? Damien, use that ability of yours and find out where she went. She's vulnerable. This is the perfect time to pounce. I can't miss this opportunity. This time, Orinik couldn't stand it anymore, directly kicking Ganner's throne. He seemed to use enough strength to shatter it completely, but under some odd sort of martial art, the throne instead vibrated wildly, sending tingling sensations up the elbow Ganner had been leaning on. Orinik, fuck! Ganner grabbed onto his elbow, his teeth chattering. Even for a higher dimensional being, the funny bone was still the funny bone. Can you be serious for once? Didn't you see his transformation? Ganner paused after hearing this, falling into silence. Then, after a moment, his eyes widened, his pupils constricting. The latest course oddies are on the website. He was in the sixth dimension. Compared to the memories of lower dimensional beings, his was on another level, at least for things that occurred acutely. Thinking back to what he had seen, he realized that it did, indeed, warrant his shock. The first 3 doors lay the foundation. They allow one to gain the most basic abilities of the metal synergy lineage factor. The 4th door forms the crown upon the forehead, but it's at most superficial and can't be said to solidify until the 5th door. This boosts one's Earth variant affinity to great heights, and it's the minimum requirement for practicing some of the more core techniques of their family. The 6th door is where things truly begin to change because the bronze runes appear. They cover the skin in lines that travel either straight up and down or straight left and right. In a generation of the Morales, only 1,000 would manage to open their 6th door in their first try. Upon opening the 7th door, the bronze runes will etch onto the muscles and the inner organs. Only if one opens up to at least the 5th door would one have a chance of opening the 7th door on their subsequent attempts. Upon opening the 8th door, the bronze runes will etch right into the bones. It's an excruciating process, and among the reasons why so few manage to open the 9th door on their first attempt. However, even to make it this far, one needs to have opened at least the 6th door on their first attempt, and then there's the 9th door. Upon opening this door, visit. For a better user experience, the halo and the most coveted innate ability of the metal synergy lineage factor, gravity domain. Ganner said slowly. In order to have a chance at opening the 9th, one would have to open to at least the 7th door on their first attempt. But even those odds are slim. Only those who open to at least the 8th on their first attempt might have a decent percentage chance. Orenic and Ganner let it sink in. They had come to a 6th-dimensional sector, only looking for a chance to escape the harsh environment of the Void Palace. That place couldn't be considered a school for cheating the younger generation. It was more like a hellscape where only those who could survive would get respect, and those who couldn't would be treated like trash by the side of the road. To make matters worse, after entering the Void Palace, it was impossible to leave casually without certain privileges. And yet, to think that they would actually stumble upon such an opportunity instead. If Lionel was a random bastard of the Morales family who just so happened to open the 9th door not just once to enter the 4th dimension, but twice to enter the 5th, his price would already be astronomical. However, they had all seen the violet aura that wafted out from Lionel's halo. It made what should have been his gravity domain somewhat different from what it should be in practice. And if Orenic recalled properly, there was even an odd hint of red in there that carried a violent, sort of suppressive aura. Lionel was not only a talent, but his lineage factor had mutated. The latest _open course ODs are on website. Chapter 1205. Eventually, Orenic was forced out of his world of dreams and aspirations to realize that he should probably do something about the mess left behind. He didn't feel very bad about not being able to stop Meal from taking action against Lionel. If anything, he was just a bit worried that he would lose control over the atmosphere. After all, this was the second time someone had interfered with, seemingly, no consequences whatsoever. But it was already too late to worry about that. He could only press forward. Soon, the billboard was back up, and the rounds proceeded as though nothing at all had happened. A masked man stepped onto the arena after Lionel and Aina left to fight his battle, going all out and eventually defeating his opponent before returning to his seating arrangements. He, like many others, were entirely focused on themselves and claiming a spot for the 3rd day of the selections. Shockingly enough, though, neither Lionel nor Aina returned. In fact, there were many others that simply didn't show up to their battles, causing forfeits by default. Toward this matter, Orenic wasn't very caring. Surviving a strike from a 6th-dimensional existence while only being Tier 3 was more than enough to give Lionel a nominal disciple spot, and he could justify it with ease. So, he wasn't worried about missing out on Lionel in the slightest. Lionel didn't care about what was happening in the arena. Truthfully, The only reason he would go now would be to support his friends and defeat Miguel. The latest open episodes are on website. When it came to the latter, Lionel felt like their clash would happen without a shadow of a doubt very soon. Selection or not, it simply didn't matter. After all, wasn't Lionel quite literally in the Luxnix estate currently? He had no need to go and meet Miguel. Soon enough the latter would come to him. As for his friends, well, Lionel was a bit ashamed to meet them currently. It was the first time he had felt such a feeling in his life. The matter with Aina didn't matter so much, or more accurately, the fact that it was her wasn't important, nor was their history. Lionel felt like he had let himself down with the way he reacted, and that was the foundation of it all. When had he ever lost his temper like that? When had he, even when simmering with rage, not reacted calculatively? Even when his best friend of over a decade was betraying his trust and almost costing him his life, wasn't he still calm and cool-headed? He had stepped completely outside of his character, and he was disgusted with himself. What kind of leader could he be if he didn't have perfect control of his emotions? There was simply no excuse. As a king, he couldn't afford to be human and to have flaws. He had to be perfect not for the sake of himself, but for the sake of those who trusted him. SHU. 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 The whistling, sharp winds of Lionel's fingers became more defined and controlled, his mind becoming calmer and more focused and refined as he dialed in on his purpose. The latest _SODs are on the website. He had given Aina an apology, but he felt like he owed his brothers an apology as well. Who they followed was a reflection of themselves. If their king was such trash, what did that say about them? He refused to make this mistake again. No, he would never make this mistake again. That was something he swore to himself and on his heart. It was simply a shame that Lionel hadn't seemed to learn just yet that there was no amount of level-headedness that could eliminate something who held to your core. Bang! TSSSSSS. Lionel opened his eyes slowly, a spark of a radiant blue reflecting deep within them. Something at the right angle, his pale violet eyes would seem more silver than violet. Now they seemed to have gained a tinge of a blue character to them, something flickering. The temperature of Lionel's body cooled considerably, and the color of the world seemed to change. No, it wasn't that the color of the world had changed. It was almost like it had instead gained a small filter to it, allowing Lionel to see things he hadn't quite been able to see before. So, this is what a water force affinity feels like. It's so different. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, the Morales family's lineage factor could only be said to be fantastical. To give one the ability to gain affinities simply by assimilating ores and special metals. It was no wonder they stood atop the seventh dimension of the human domain. Lionel hadn't felt like this when his spatial affinity gained a wild boost to it, but that was likely because space elemental force didn't really clash with anything he had known. On top of that, he was quite green to the dimensional verse when he made the change, so it wasn't really upturning any of his worldviews. But after seeing and truly feeling water force for the first time, Lionel couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was completely antithetical to his exceptionally high fire elemental affinity, and it was as though he was looking through the world in a completely new lens. The kind of inspiration it gave him leagues beyond anything he had ever experienced before. The feeling was so much more intimate than when Lionel used his spear domain lineage factor to feel the affinities of different spears. He had tested out all sorts of spears. He had even touched water domain spear before. But this was completely different. The difference was akin to a person telling you their life experiences and the hardships they had been through, versus you experiencing that life in their stead. It couldn't even be compared. Lionel reached out a hand. A globule of water force quickly formed, and soon a smooth sphere of blue waters appeared before him. It was so precisely controlled that it almost looked like a glass orb instead. His fingers snapped, and the sphere of water suddenly froze over. Space crackled as lines of fine ice appeared in seemingly empty air. Just as Lionel was about to continue his tests, a frostiness coating the tips of his pale violet hair. His gaze narrowed. Visit. For the best known experience, he had been so focused on his craft that he hadn't really been paying attention to anything else. He completely trusted that his mother would never let anything happen to him. But now that he had suddenly freed so many minds, he finally noticed it. The silver tablet is trembling. Chapter 1206. Lionel took a step and vanished from the lab setting, appearing within the treasure vault of the Luxnix with his segmented cube hovering above his palm. With the structure of the Luxnix estate, much of its important structures were hidden underground. This was only to be expected from a family that had been forced to lay low for 3 generations. After all, they couldn't remain stagnant while they waited. So much of their moves either came in the form of top-secret espionage-like missions, or were conducted in hidden spaces like this one. The treasure vault of the Luxnix was no different. It was like an enormous steel sphere buried deep within the ground. The curving silver walls made Lionel feel especially small, as even with the ample lighting in the surroundings, he could still just barely make out its very highest point. All around, the very same orbs of golden light that floated about the Luxnix estate on the surface floated here as well, outlining what felt like an infinite number of shelves. Up above, many hollow, cylindrical structures hung. At first glance, it looked like they hovered upon nothing, but Lionel was just barely able to make out that they were actually being held up by extraordinarily thin lines of force. These hollow cylinders had no base or top, like a piece of rolled-up paper. However, their insides were lined with more shelves that carried even more treasures. From his position on the ground, Lionel could easily look up and see into these cylindrical stores. With a glance, he could tell that the most valuable materials of the Luxnix were placed up there and out of reach. And though they seemed like a single leap away, Lionel was certain that the protections were not simple. When Lionel stepped out, his first instinct was that whatever was causing his silver tablet to react like this had to be in one of those structures up above. Originally, Lionel had completely ignored what was above for 2 reasons. Firstly, those were almost definitely 6-dimensional treasures. In fact, with the Luxnix family's level and history, Lionel wouldn't be surprised if they had managed to get their hands on a few 7th-dimensional treasures here and there. Ultimately, though Lionel both didn't need such high-level treasures to forge his divine armor. And even if he did, little Tali and he weren't quite ready yet to forge something so intricate with ores at that level. The latest episodes are on the website. The second reason was so that he wouldn't be tempted to take anything. He was already making the mature decision not to take anything he didn't need, but there was no need to tempt himself any further. But now, Lionel shook his head. It's not up there. That means it's somewhere else. Lionel took out the silver tablet. After connecting the dots and finding out about the 3-finger cult, he had been far more cautious with how he used and exposed it. So, although it had a certain usefulness in battle, he didn't use it. The silver tablet looked just the same as he remembered it. A solid rectangular block, perfectly polished, and there was still writing in a language on it Lionel couldn't even begin to understand, and even the dictionary was stumped by. What was truly odd was that Lionel had a feeling that this was less in language and more like a code, as though the silver tablet was being encrypted. As for why he felt that way, well, it was for the same reason he could grasp the silver tablet's abilities without trying to do so. The tablet seemed to have formed some connection with him that gave him a vague inkling about its abilities. Outside of that, Lionel had also gotten a vague inkling about what its purpose was as well. But rather than getting a tangible explanation, what he instead understood was that the day he could decipher the words on the tablet would be the day he understood what its purpose was. When Lionel took the tablet out, its glow grew a measure, and the vague tugging became tangible. Visit. For a better user experience that way, huh? All right. Lionel flickered and disappeared, not wasting time. As for the matter of who remained in the Luxnix estate, he didn't really care. His mother would probably be back soon, and most were occupied with the selection. As for those that remained, How could they ever expect someone like Lionel to be roaming about their most secret of regions? Lionel didn't step out of the underground location. Instead, he followed a host of wandering tunnels. The craftsmanship of the Luxnix was actually quite good. Lionel walked through numerous tunnels, and he even came across a few straggling members of the Luxnix who hadn't gone to the selection. However, maybe it was because of Lionel's confidence and uncaring attitude, but none of the people he came across did more than give him a glance. In their eyes, since Lionel could be here, he was meant to be here. In addition, this was a location for the Luxnix hidden forces, so by necessity, most here were unknown existences to the outside world. Plus, they could all sense dense Luxnix blood from Lionel. It was easy to tell that he was one of their own. Halt! Exchange the proper merits here before continuing forward. Lionel's good luck didn't last for very long, though. When he felt that he had come close, and could even feel what the silver tablet wanted him to feel on the other side, he found himself in a heavily guarded region. The latest _courses are on the website. The location was a temple in an underground city. Beyond it, Lionel could sense a staircase that led up, probably to the surface. It was likely one of the many entrances to that location, and it was clearly not something just anyone, anywhere could see whenever they wanted. However, as quick as this change occurred, Lionel's mind was even quicker. With a flip of his palm, the snowy star pendant his grandfather had given him appeared in his hand. The reaction of the guards was almost immediate. Without hesitation, they all bowed. Lionel didn't say a word as he strode forth, his mind completely focused. He climbed up the longest set of stairs he had ever had the pleasure of climbing in his life, a keen anticipation in his heart. A blinding golden light was waiting for him on the other side. It took just a moment for Lionel's gaze to adjust and for the room of what could only be described as worship opened up before him. However, Lionel could only find himself focusing on just one thing, a bronze tablet, eerily similar to his own. But this one had words that rearranged in his mind and projected a tangible meaning to him. He could read the very same prophecy that the Luxnix had and feeling the same thing Miguel had. In fact, he could even feel his blood stirring, as though something deep within was trying to stir itself awake and shine through. For a moment, Lionel even felt that the third awakening of his wisdom branch was a single step away. Visit. For the best known energy experience, he couldn't help but stand in mute shock. At least he did until... I've been waiting for so long. Chapter 1207. Lionel's gaze sharpened, but he couldn't find who had spoken. The temple to bronze tablet was housed and was completely empty, but Lionel wasn't very surprised by this. It was likely that it took an enormous amount of merits to step foot in here to begin with, so it was rare for anyone outside of the Star Order Elders to come here, and likely maybe Miguel, since they care for him so much. However, judging by the shift in Lionel's lineage factor just now, the reason one would exchange so much to meditate upon the bronze tablet was for the sake of helping their awakenings along. For people on the level of the Star Order Elders, the likelihood of receiving more breakthroughs was minimal at best. The result of this was a treasure that was rarely put to use for anyone outside of the pride of the Luxnix family, Miguel himself. This was all to say that Lionel was alone. Or, rather, he should have been. So, where's this voice coming from? You can stop looking around, young one. You likely wouldn't be able to see me unless you had a special pair of eyes. Lionel took this advice almost instantly and activated the second awakening of his wisdom branch, taking the snowy star owl's eyes for himself. But even then he couldn't see a single thing. The voice chuckled. Unfortunately, our snowy star owl's gaze can't be considered special enough. We are quite insignificant in the grander scheme. Hearing this, Lionel gave up and calmed himself. If he had been exposed by an elder of the Luxnix, he would just accept it. Regardless, now that he knew this tablet was here, he would definitely get his hands on it eventually. Visit. For the best no_energy experience, this was only the second tablet he had confirmation of. As of now, the third tablet which he speculated was in the possession of Aina's father, was just that, speculation. He had no way of knowing if his deduction was reality just yet. There's no need to be so on guard, my descendant. Didn't I say that I've been waiting for you? The voice chuckled once more. Waiting for me? Why is that? Lionel finally spoke, realizing that there was probably no harm in entertaining this spirit for a bit, because you are the light that will bring us to glory. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Who are you exactly? Me? The voice chuckled. Just a fallen elder. Lionel's dreamscape released several sparks, his gaze lighting up. Your Wise Star Order? The most recent Wise Star Order from 3 generations ago? The latest in our Corsodies are on underscore website. The voice fell into silence, clearly not having expected Lionel to make such an accurate guess so swiftly. But very soon, he came to an understanding. I see. So your ability is so helpful in this regard. This is a very good thing. Your natural talent already comes with so many strengths of its own. Your ability being more cognitive will give you good balance. Lionel's brows shot up. It was rare for people to see through what his ability was. In fact, most assumed that one of his lineage factors was his true ability. But that was a good thing for him. After all, one should keep their ability hidden for as long as they could do so. However, this man had to have earned the title of Wise Star Order for a reason, right? As for how this man had protected his consciousness for so long, Lionel assumed it had to do with the tablet. After all, didn't his current silver tablet have thousands of lives waiting for him to resurrect? Unfortunately, Lionel was wrong this time. But it would likely take more information for him to understand this. Lionel took a deep breath. My relationship with the Luxniks is quite complex right now. I don't know how easy it will be to lead them to glory, as you say. I'm more glad to hear that you aren't adverse to it. Wise Star Order almost smiled through his words. I was partially ready for you to demand our destruction. Lionel shook his head, confirming that Wise Star Order was indeed aware of what had happened to him. Visit. For a better user experience. Not everyone is at fault for this. I'm relieved. I'm truly relieved. Wise Star Order's voice carried a doting air to it. The more he observed Lionel, the more satisfied he seemed to become. Without even meditating upon the tablet, Lionel had actually already completed so many awakenings. How could he not feel gratified? Ancestor Wise Star Order, I'm very curious about this tablet, though. This is my very first time seeing it. Can you tell me about it? Of course, of course. This was always my intention. This bronze tablet was found in a zone by our ancestor and can be considered to be the root of our family's origins because it was from it that our lineage factor was birthed. Lionel's brows rose. Did that mean his silver tablet also had a lineage factor hidden within it? But something about that deduction fell off. Lionel was uncomfortable because he had so little information. Him drawing conclusions now felt like throwing darts blindfolded. Everything we take pride in as a Luxnix originated from this starting point. But it is exactly just that, a starting point. I'm ashamed to say that in our millennia of progression, none of those who share our blood has ever been able to dig up the truth behind it all. Visit. For the best noticeable experience after my death, I made use of my ability to tether my soul to the bronze tablet so that I could continue to analyze and understand it. Before my time came, I had come to grasp a timeline for the words written upon the tablet and understood that these matters would take place 3 generations later. It was only after my time, though, that I grasped some deep-rooted truths. Of these truths, I can only say that I've understood a small inkling. Have you ever wondered why the representation of our lineage factor is a 12-sided star and not a feather or an owl? What value does the Northern Star have for us? Chapter 12:08. Lionel's gaze narrowed, his ears subconsciously perking up. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't interested in hearing the truth behind this matter. He too had considered it an oddity. In his own low-level understanding, he found it weird that something like Snow Force came from a Northern Star. Snow Force was indeed a star force, but shouldn't the type of star in question be called Snow Star? Lionel himself accepted that this was a crude line of reasoning that even a 5-year-old could think of. It was ironically because of this that he didn't pursue it too far. Who was he to say what the star should or shouldn't be called? For all he knew, all these names were chosen randomly. Snow Force didn't even sound like it made any sense for a star elemental force already. So why did anything else need to make sense? Just as Lionel was quite eager to hear the explanation, the laugh of Wise Star Order entered his ears again. Truthfully, I don't really know either. Lionel was speechless. Was this old man pulling a prank on him? He wasn't even sure how to react to that. Seeing Lionel's reaction, Wise Star Order only laughed harder. In fact, he laughed so hard that Lionel was a bit worried about his health. And then, he felt somewhat bad. Visit. For the best experience, this old man had probably been stuck here in silence for who knows how long. This was the first human interaction he had had in a very long time. It was no wonder he was acting like this. Lionel's view of the world was still very much Earth-centric. Though lifespans had about doubled to tripled thanks to Earth's technology, the idea of being secluded for decades at a time was still foreign to Lionel. Even he could only stand to focus on a single problem for a few days at most. He had no idea how Wise Star Order had done it. I'm just pulling your leg a bit, young one. I don't have the full story, but I do know a bit. The fundamental truth is that the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor is just a starting point. Beyond the 12 awakenings, there's something more. 12 awakenings? Lionel's brow arched upward. Yes. Wise Star Order confirmed. There are 3 branches of the Snowy Star Order lineage factor. Each branch has a total of 4 awakenings. Once you complete these 4 awakenings for all 3 branches, your Snowy Star Owl lineage factor can be said to be complete. And then, Lionel pressed. And then you will have a choice before you. You can either continue forward with a perfectly blossomed lineage factor, or you can regress. Visit. For a better user experience, Lionel's pupils flickered. Regress? Yes, regress. Beyond the Snowy Star Owl, there isn't an evolution. Rather, there's an opportunity for an exchange. You can give up everything the Snowy Star Owl has given you and trade it in for a higher class bloodline. But you will need to start from the very bottom once again. Lionel's brow furrowed. The idea of starting from the very bottom in exchange for a higher class lineage factor didn't sound terrible to him. He had awakened his Snowy Star Owl lineage factor for the first time 3 or 4 years ago, and yet he had already progressed so far without the help of the bronze tablet. Of course, Lionel had an idea as to why this was. His Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was heavily reliant on Snow Force affinity, and everything was centered around it. However, because of his innate node, Lionel's base light elemental affinity was already far beyond anything his density of bloodline could compare to. As a result, by virtue of his innate node alone, he was guaranteed to have high-class Luxnix blood. Beyond this, Lionel felt that whatever he was exchanging his bloodline for was highly likely to be related to the Snowy Star Owl to begin with, so it was probable that his innate node would continue to give him a great advantage. The issue here, though, were the variables. What if this new bloodline wasn't as compatible with him as the Snowy Star Owl? What if he was wrong about their relation and this new bloodline didn't respond well to his innate node at all? He could think of too many things that could potentially go wrong. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience. That's an interesting expression you have there. That other youth didn't hesitate to purge his Luxnix blood, and he hasn't even told anyone of the change. He's only interested in climbing to a higher peak. What's left behind doesn't matter much. Lionel's brows furrowed further. I can't say that I'm much different than he is. The issue is I just don't know if it's worth it. And judging by what you're saying, there will probably be more than just this one chance to purge the gained lineage factor and take on a new one, right? So then you have to consider the variable that even if this coming lineage factor isn't useful, there may very well be one in the future that is. Plus, there's the problem of techniques. I used to believe the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor was weak and not very useful until my mother gave me your techniques. If I have to start from scratch to build techniques that are suitable instead of relying on several generations worth of trial and error, it might not even be worth having a stronger lineage factor if the end result is weaker overall to begin with. Lionel had learned this lesson the hard way. In fact, when he thought about it, even his metal synergy lineage factor only seemed far more powerful only because metal body and divine armor were such excellent synergistic techniques. Though he was confident in creating his own techniques if given enough time, how much time would that be? And how many times would he have to undergo the same thing? And the greatest problem of all, while his strength was undergoing these peaks and valleys, how would the people who needed his support do in the meantime? Your concerns are valid, but ultimately the decision is up to you. What I can tell you is that considering how far these prophecies say you must travel, a lineage factor of the sixth dimension will quickly become useless to you. Still, those are matters for the future. In the present, I can describe to you the lineage factors that come next. Well, at least the two that I know of. Visit for the best no_NG experience. Chapter 1209. The first lineage factor after the snowy star owl is the white stone elephant. At least I believe this is the translation. It is possible that it could be the white-scaled elephant. Either way, it's a powerful and robust beast. I'm sure you remember the vision you saw when your snowy star owl lineage factor first awakened. The sight of a majestic bird flying through the starry skies, crossing galaxies with a single flap of its wings, and leaving roads of gold in its wake. The white-stone elephant is no less majestic. It doesn't have the snowy star owl's speed, but for what it lacks in it, it's capable of making up in spades with its looming presence. Its body is covered from head to toe in a tough, white, leathery skin that almost appear to be scales at some angles. A singular gem takes the centerpiece of its forehead as home. Its ankles are surrounded by halos of gold, and its tusks shimmer like gems. Wise Star Order seemed to have a way with words. Or maybe Lionel's imagination was just too vivid compared to the others thanks to his dream world. But regardless of what the truth was, Lionel could almost see the majestic beast before him, the rings of gold following its slow and methodical steps. The white stone elephant has 3 branches: the strength branch, the healing branch, the wisdom branch. Once again, much like our snowy star owl lineage factor, the healing branch is considered to be a secondary benefit. But, as you can see, secondary doesn't necessarily mean weak. Lionel's thoughts sped up, quickly incorporating the information he learned. In truth, the loss of the speed branch was quite devastating to him, as it was perfect for countering the weakness of his metal body. Though it didn't seem like it now, Lionel's body was actually very heavy. It only became more so thanks to the fact Star Core had become one of his fundamental building blocks. The latest _rating core SOTIs are on the website. With his light elemental affinity, it was still possible for Lionel to supplement this loss with techniques. But the innate speed boost his bloodline provided him couldn't be easily replaced on a whim. That said, an improved wisdom branch might be worth a trade-off. After all, while Lionel had said his greatest strength was his innate node, that was only because it was tangible and not auxiliary. When it came to his greatest strength that didn't directly translate to combat power, that was without a doubt his mind and ability. But this led to another problem. If he gave up his snowy star owl lineage factor, what would that mean for his mind? Would it regress as well? The answer was likely yes. But was the trade-off worth it? Lionel felt like a big problem had been laid at his lap. But there was no easy answer or fix. Plus, wasn't this a problem many people would like to have? The following lineage factor is the starry-tailed fox. Among the 3 lineage factors we know of, the originator of this one is definitely the most beautiful. A sleek and slender fox with radiant white fur that often appeared silver, depending on the angle. Its eyes were like 2 orbs of endless gold without start, finish, or depths capable of being fathomed. Its tales were both ethereal and real, both spiritual and corporeal. It's difficult to pin an exact number on them, but at maturity, they were as vast as the starry skies and just as endless. They're the kind of creatures that seem almost too beautiful to be of this world. Visit. For a better user experience, truthfully, what I know about this beast is far less than what I know about the snowy star owl and the white stone elephant. Just gazing upon it made me feel as though my head was being split in two, so I'm uncertain if I was able to see through to its true abilities, and everything is a bit foggy. I unfortunately don't dare to try again, or what remains of me may very well be forcefully dispersed. But, as far as I can tell, there is the wisdom branch which makes a reappearance, the speed branch, the healing branch, and there's a fourth branch that might be called the spirit branch, or the star branch, or the tail branch. I'm honestly not sure if any of this is correct. The only thing I'm certain of is that the wisdom and healing branch seem to be recurring. As for everything else, I have no way of confirming. Lionel fell into his thoughts. It seemed that this starry-tailed fox was more in line with what he needed. If for nothing else, he might have to suffer the regression of the white stone elephant just to ensure that he could gain access to the starry-tailed fox one day. In addition, from these conclusions, it seemed that these creatures all shared another similarity. They shared colors of white, silver, and gold, while also placing great emphasis on their purity. The images that Y-Star Order described all fell in line with this. In that case, there was a high likelihood that they were also connected by a string of light elemental force as well, or at the very least, star elemental affinity. Regardless, Lionel had a leg up. After all, Scarlet Star Force was a top 10 star force in existence as well. Ancestor Y-Star Order, what elemental affinities do these creatures have? And what dimension are they considered to be in? Excellent question. Seems I've gone a bit senile and forgot something so important. Visit. For a better user experience, all of these creatures seem to have a light and star elemental affinity. That is the thread that connects them. The white stone elephant uses a force known as gem force. The starry-tailed fox uses a force known as spirit or ethereal force. I'm not sure which is the name. It might be neither of those. I am certain that it is a light star elemental fusion force, though. As for their dimensions, the white stone elephant is 7th dimensional, and the starry-tailed fox is to the 7th dimension what the snowy star owl is to the 6th dimension. It is considered to be at the very pinnacle. It has almost no opponents at its level. Lionel's gaze sharpened. This alone was enough for him to take the risk. A lineage factor at the pinnacle of the 7th dimension, the very same as the Morales family, would be endlessly beneficial to him. However, what Y-Star Order said next surprised Lionel even more. It's just a feeling this old man has, but I believe that the starry-tailed fox isn't the last. It's just that this bronze tablet doesn't have anything beyond it to offer. Also, I have to warn you, for every shade of blossoming light that the starry star owl, white stone elephant, and starry-tailed fox represent, I have also sensed a dark counterpart that can't be reached with this tablet either. Lionel's gaze narrowed when he heard this, his mind drifting to those words once again. A union of light and darkness will reveal the 12-pointed star. The latest _course are on the website. Chapter 12:10. If Miguel could feel the uniqueness of the auras on the characters, Lionel could definitely do so as well. But as many potential meanings as Miguel could think of, Lionel could think of 100 times more. This wasn't just because Lionel's mind was faster than Miguel's, but it was also because Lionel's scope of knowledge was beyond Miguel's in this regard as well. From Miguel's perspective, he was likely completely unaware that other potential tablets existed. If you approach this from the perspective that this was the one and only tablet there was, then how would you view things? You would probably believe that any and everything written on the tablet could be accomplished by it and it alone, right? From Miguel's perspective, he could probably sense the shadows Y-Star Order mentioned as well. However, he probably believed that the reason he couldn't see them clearly was because he was the light. As such, if he wanted to learn more about those shadows, he would need to find darkness to meditate upon the tablet. Then, their union would result in something more powerful than the individual sum of their parts. This was probably why Miguel felt it was more likely that this union involved marriage or, at the very least, copulation. Though he could think of other possibilities, this was the one that made the most sense given the understanding he had and the scope of his knowledge. Truthfully, no one could blame him for reaching that conclusion. Visit for the best NG experience, but for Lionel, who had a silver tablet in his possession and was even aware that there was potentially a second bronze tablet in the hands of Anna's father, his perspective was different. If you add in Y-star order, supplementing Lionel with his knowledge, then Lionel's view was even broader than it was originally. With this like this, the hypothesis that has the highest odds at 68% is that there are two sets of tablets. One set allows one to grasp the darkness lineage factors, and the other set allows one to grasp these light lineage factors. In that case, the odds that this refers to Aina, at least for now, is nearly zero. Aina gained a darkness affinity from her abyssal panther bloodline. But, firstly, that's only a fifth-dimensional creature, not enough to be a shadow to the snowy star owl. And secondly, I would assume that she would need to meditate upon the twin tablet to this one to gain whatever lineage factor is on the other side, something I don't believe she has done, with Aina's abilities to ingest bloodlines, though it's not impossible that she could fit the description in the future. Unfortunately, I don't know if we'll be able to keep an eye on that anymore or not. Lionel shook his head. His hot head had gotten in the way. He really shouldn't have snapped like that. Still, even if I think I've understood the mystery of this tablet well enough, what about my silver tablet? And what about Aina's father's bronze tablet? Were these tablets? Are they all just stores of power and lineage factors? But my tablet doesn't have a lineage factor hidden with it like this one does. Visit. For a better user experience, is it that I need to find the bronze tablet counterpart to my own silver tablet so that I can start at the beginning? After all, if there needs to be an exchange from start to end like it is here, then maybe the hidden lineage factor in mine won't appear until I do. Does that mean Aina's father has a lineage factor bestowed by his own? Lionel's head spun with all sorts of thoughts, but he couldn't seem to come up with a conclusion. He only had 2 data points, and yet he was trying to extrapolate. It was a recipe for disaster. Lionel shook his head. Speculating on matters he had so little information about was nothing more than a waste of time. Instead, he preferred to ask Y-Star Order the question he had held back from asking until this moment. Ancestor Y-Star Order, when you chose to tether your soul here, what purpose did you have for it? Was it really just to pass on this knowledge to me? The question was an obvious one, at least to Lionel. He didn't get lost in the fantastical nature of the world that was opening up wider and wider to him. Rather, he was able to see the obvious flaw sitting right before him. Visit. For a better user experience earlier, Y-Star Order had implied that Miguel had already shed his lineage factor before. This meant that by now, Miguel, at the very least, had the white stone elephant bloodline at his beck and call. Logically, this meant even if he didn't understand things to the detail that Y-Star Order described, he had still figured out enough to understand how to improve and upgrade himself. The rest of this were things that Lionel could have learned himself, especially since his perspective on these matters was even wider than Y-Star Order. Y-Star Order could only speculate that there were more tablets elsewhere. But he had no idea that there were tablets completely unrelated to the one that right here. So long as Miguel gained the starry-tailed fox's lineage factor, he too would be able to conclude that there was more still waiting for him elsewhere. This was all to say, neither Lionel nor Miguel needed these matters explained to them. At best, Y-Star Order had secluded himself here, torturing himself for what was probably hundreds of years, and for what, exactly? To make sure his juniors grasped knowledge they would have anyway a few years earlier? Maybe Lionel could be considered a genius to have grasped this so quickly, and maybe someone else would have skipped over this thought a bit too quickly, but as far as he was concerned, it didn't take a genius to see that there was something wrong with this picture. Visit. for the best no_read experience, so he needed to know. Were the intentions of Wise Star Order more secretive and sinister than it seemed? Or was there another reason? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.